Hello and welcome to the 2025 Do I Look Like a Gamer Next One Up end of year live stream by Mayamada. Mayamada is a manga brand and a mission-driven creative agency. What started as a passion for Japanese culture has evolved into a broader vision to equip young and aspiring professionals in order to thrive on their creative on their on the creative journey through storytelling and creative mediums. Our brand is built around our own, own universe of original anthropomorphic characters within a television network and a distinct British Japanese fusion setting. Each manga we produce either represents a show on the network or behind the scenes of the Mayamada studios. We work across 7 distinct brand pillars, including labs, creative workshops and consultancy, studios, event planning and delivery, Do I Look Like a Gamer? Uh, our campaign promoting diversity in gaming, and Showrunners, our work experience program for aspiring creative professionals, giving them the opportunity to work with the Mayamada team across comic production, video game events, and content creation. I am Tazzy, the creative director of Mayamada, and we've got a lot to share with you over the next few hours. We launched the Do I Look Like a Gamer campaign so that future generations of talent will know that there is a place for them in video games. This empowers them to be an active part of shaping the future of the video games industry. Each year, we end the campaign with Next One Up, an end of year live stream that brings together video game fans, current and aspiring professionals from around the world to recap the year's campaign and to look ahead to the future of the games industry. The Next One Up naming comes from our desire to see the games community ready for what's next in a more diverse and inclusive future. Our focus is on young, aspiring future talent, but we also call on established professionals to share their insight on how we can all be more prepared for the future of games. We'd also like to say a special thank you to the Pro Gamers Group UK for their support in providing equipment, including streamified lighting and mics, and the Gamiac peripherals, as well as our Nitro concept chairs for our live streams, workshops, and Do I Look Like a Gamer campaign events. Their contribution of this helps us to create a better experience for the campaign, and we're excited to continue to work with them as we push for diversity and inclusion in the games industry and introduce aspiring creatives to the world of content creation. We'd also like to say a special thank you to Safe in Our World for their support in bringing many of our guests to today's live stream, and for supporting our Showrunners program, ensuring participants are supported in their mental well-being as well as skills development. Safe in Our World's mission is to create and foster worldwide mental health awareness within the video games industry, to eliminate the stigma around mental health, make it a natural topic of discussion, and promote dialogue so people are not afraid to reach out for help if they need it. Their support has helped us create better experiences for the campaign, and we're excited to continue to work with them as we push for diversity and inclusion in the video games industry. So what to expect from today's event? We'll be speaking to game professionals and practitioners, as well as indie developers, about the state of the games industry and get a look at the projects that they're working on. We'll get to hear interesting discussions from a range of perspectives in games with our roundtables. We'll be recapping the year of games and looking to the future of the industry from those in it. In between the talking, you'll be able to see behind the scenes footage from this year's campaign photo shoot that we conducted across London and Birmingham. Plus, you'll be able to see games from our guests and our supporters. As we continue our Do I Look Like a Gamer campaign against the backdrop of a difficult time in games, we've been focusing on a few key discussions. So firstly, the impact on diversity. The ongoing job losses, studio and event closures affect everyone, and especially those from marginalized communities who may end up looking for opportunities outside the games industry, which is a loss for all of us. The perception of instability. It's difficult enough to fight the stereotypes of games being a waste of time and not a serious career option. The pessimism will only be strengthened by everything going on, and the risks telling educators and families that games are not a safe career option for their young people. And lastly, losing the creative potential. We would hate to see games becoming a medium of boring games that are commercially safe but don't do anything interesting that we haven't seen before. So we're working to shine a light on the people and opportunities that will continue to make the games industry and wider culture great in difficult times ahead and beyond. So stick around for our opening interview where Nigel will be speaking with Dean Gichuki, CEO of Content, about making great African games and the vision behind Hero. Then we'll have our first gameplay interview with Studio Lavocado, showcasing their cozy tiling puzzle game, Floramino. But first, check out the behind the scenes look at some of the people in this and past year's photo campaigns talking about what video games mean to them.
I am co-CEO at Coven, and I also am a diversity, equity, and inclusion consultant.
Welcome. How are you doing today?
I'm okay, anxiety-wise, but I still feel like I'm trying to navigate life blindfolded. What am I supposed to do now? Oh, that's helpful. It moved the color dots. Alright.
If you remember, you agreed to be part of a study carried out by our local university.
It looks like a nice circle, but the order is all messed up. It seems like meds are making it easier and harder to focus at the same time. This magnet thing resets the dots, apparently.
Okay, so I'm Steve Bedford, and I am like kind of the co-founder of Alamode Games with my partner. I tend to do sort of the creative directing side of it, sort of the art direction and stuff as well. So story, visuals, a bit of game design too. But the visuals especially, like that's my speciality. Yeah. Sure. The game that got me into the world of games, realizing that they are really, really expressive tools and, had a multitude of things that you could do with them, was Final Fantasy VII. I remember seeing that, gosh, I must have been like, I don't know, 9 years old, maybe 10, somewhere around there. And a friend was like showing my brother, like, oh, look at this game. And we put it on, and I was sort of blown away. by like kind of this world and this characters and how deep it is. So that made me think like, oh, I want to make these when I grow up. Um, and then I think the game that really sort of solidified how like passionate I feel about them was Grandia, which was another RPG, and just something about like the sense of adventure, the story, and the characters just pulled me right in, and just changed the way that I viewed the world forever. So. I think that negative connotations just come from, firstly, I feel that it's a generational thing, first of all, because when, my generation growing up, the idea of playing games instead of going outside made us seem lazy. It made us seem like, and also antisocial because it's like a hobby that you can do on your own. And a lot of games, they were single player at first, though saying that, Pong existed and stuff too. And I think it was just the image of a child alone in their room in the dark kind of seems like a sad image for some parents.
It's always going to be dark.
Yeah, yeah, with the TV glow, right? But I think, so I think the negative connotations first stemmed from that. And I think over time it morphed more and more into that, especially as games became more competitive and with online gaming, people spending more time. And also there is a bit of a dark, line in the gaming industry with the addiction and driving people towards the addiction. And I think people can see that, it's so easy to find a YouTube video of someone like trashing their computer because they lost a match. So I think that's kind of where these negative stereotypes are coming from. And, without getting too deep into the politics, I think that there are people taking advantage of that. So, it helps them to perpetuate that image. But for me, I think as any label, gamer is just someone who enjoys games, and it's something that has impacted their life in a way that they feel makes them want to use that title. And I always feel that any sort of label that someone wants to apply, you're always going to need to spend more time explaining it anyway. Like, you can never just use a label and everybody understands you. It doesn't work. So yeah, you can use it as like a means to connect with other people and say, I like games too, and they're obviously important to me. And I think that's cool. But at the same time, someone else can say they like strawberries as well. And it does not mean that they're into the same stuff as you do or like the same kind of strawberries or like strawberry yogurt. It just means there's a similarity there. Yeah. So, yeah.
A little bit of overlap is all we're looking for.
Yeah. That point of where you connect, I think that's the magic of games. And I think a lot of people share that. And I hope people can use that for good.
I'm not the victim, I am the system. I'm not in the wrong with my infinite wisdom. Follow my words even if I contradict them. It's my house, Michelle, I'll be the one to evict them. Don't want another demon past the ones within my mind. And it's with that resolution that I'll kill you every time. Change is meaningless, when it gets too close I hit rewind. It's a cycle I'll endure and I will love it till I die.
Well, we are going up and down like a seesaw. Got me going along for the ride, got me going yeehaw. Time flies when you having fun, I can't even see y'all. Time flies cause I'm having fun, I can't even see y'all. Back and forth, 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 back and forth. I can't help but teeter the scale. Can't help that I wanna see you prevail, but I can't help but teeter the scale. Can't help the feeling that maybe I fail. Can't help the feeling that maybe I trail. The two of us is somewhat of a permanent jail. Got told I'm crazy like you hit the head right on the nail. Most of my dogs hit a 180 tucking their tail. Well, we are going up and down like a seesaw. Got me going along for the ride, got me going yeehaw. Time flies when you having fun, I can't even see y'all. Time flies cause I'm having fun, I can't even see y'all. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Back and forth, back and forth, yeah. Back and forth, back and forth.
PlayStation.
Hello everyone and welcome back to our live stream, next one up live stream. If you are just joining us, we are here for the 2025 Do I Look Like a Gamer Next One Up end of year campaign by Mayamada. So as Tazzy just said a moment ago, this event is all about ending the Do I Look Like a Gamer campaign for this year. And this is a campaign all about letting future generations of talent know that there is a place for them in video games. So we're all about empowering them to be an active part of shaping the future of the video games industry. So each year we end the campaign with the Next One Up, an end of year live stream that brings together video game fans, current aspiring professionals from around the world to recap the year's campaign and look ahead to the future of the games industry. So the Next One Up naming comes from our desire to see the games community ready for what's next in a more diverse and inclusive future. So the focus is on young and aspiring creative talent, but we also call on established professionals to share their insight on how we could all be more prepared for the future of games. So I am the Mayamada co-founder Nigel, and we're into our first guest segment of the day, which is our opening interview with Dean. I'm going to ask you how to pronounce your name, but I'm going to go for it. Dean Kachuki, is that how you pronounce it?
Close, Gishoke.
Gishoke.
Very close.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. I aim to be in the vicinity somewhere, but how are you doing?
I am fantastic. A bit of a long day, but super excited to be here.
Yeah, no, and appreciate you spending the time. So for those that don't know, Dean is from Kenya, so you're coming to us live from Kenya. We've got a bit of a global feeling for this live stream, and you are the CEO and game producer at Kunta Content, an African game studio creating bold and original game experiences. So I met Dean early in the year, so I interested to hear a bit more about you. But Dean is a storyteller and builder whose work is rooted in meaningful world building and creative leadership. So he's leading the development of Hiru, Maasai inspired 3D game for console and PC that celebrates African culture and stories. So yeah, Dean, thanks for joining us. And like I said, we've met before, not too far ago, it was earlier this year in Gamescom. So for those that don't know, Gamescom is, I feel it's like the biggest games convention.
Yeah.
It feels like it. So it takes place in Germany each year in the summer. And yeah, just to get us started, like, do you want to say what you were there for and how you found that experience, and then we'll get into your projects.
Yeah, so hi everyone. Thank you so much for having me. Pleasure to be here and happy to meet all of you and chat a bit more. Yeah, Gamescom was, I think it was a really good picture of the diversity within our industry. Now, of course, from a genre and gameplay standpoint, right? Not so much from an audience or a developer standpoint, but still, I think a really good picture, especially for us who don't really get to see the full scale of the game scene in one place. And there is, I think, definitely something to be said about physically seeing 300,000 people attend an event, right?
It's a
And
very big
especially
event.
for games. Yeah. So that was amazing. That was fantastic.
Okay, nice. And had you been before? I can't remember if I asked you that already.
Yeah,
When
no,
we were there.
this was our first
That's
edition.
first time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And yeah, so we met. I think it was by the Yuki stand. I remember we were just like in a group, and you told me about some of your work and your studio. So you are founder of Kunta Content, and you have this vision to make great African games. So you know, people watching or listening later will have some experience of game development in, like, we're here in the UK. We've got particular like pathways. What's your experience been in building your game studio in Kenya, and how does that compare to like what you saw at Gamescom or what you know? Because I know you've worked with other people as well.
Yeah, it's difficult to fully communicate. I'll give it a really good stab. I think the biggest difference tends to be there's a big physical barrier, right, between what we are trying to do and what most developers around the world are able to do. For example, something as simple as getting dev kits for us took months, right, of figuring out shipping routes and figuring out getting them into the country, right? But when I speak to other devs who, for example, are showing at Gamescom, that's a 1 week, 2 week journey, right? To just get them shipped to your house and you pick them up and so on. And
Yeah, just the logistics of it.
Yeah. But I think uniquely, mentally, I don't find it to be that different, right? Because of YouTube, because of Udemy, because of online courses, there's a lot of information that even we are able to access and use and learn and get really good at it. And I think the same also applies in actually developing, right? And trying to get people to play your games, especially if they are not very region locked in terms of story and audience, right? And that's where we decided to make it even a bit harder for ourselves and try to tell stories that were familiar to our region, right? And especially, I think, to people who've traveled to Africa, whether on safari, saw some animals, saw some lions hunting, or we've watched Nat Geo, and trying to recreate those experiences from our lens, right, and our authentic angle, right? And that, of course, is a unique challenge because there are very few studios like us. There are very few who are trying to do what we're doing. And I think that makes it even more difficult, yes, but I think more interesting. So it's been quite an amazing journey and looks to be even more amazing going forward.
Yeah, and you talked about like the African lens, and as we have the campaign about diversity and representation in video games, and again from like a UK or let's say like Western perspective, diversity or one aspect of diversity tends to mean more people from different cultures, but from an African perspective, there's a lot of cultures there. So what does representation mean from your lens?
Yeah, I think for us, it has a few very basic starting points, as simple as language, right? So having languages that are familiar to us, and it may not be perfect familiarity. For example, I'm from Kenya in East Africa, but when I hear music that's in Yoruba or in Zulu, there's a connection. There are certain words, there are certain phrases that are quite familiar and sometimes even mean the same thing. So language is an interesting starting point. Of course, not just skin color, but skin color connected to culture, right? So just seeing people who look like you in settings that are familiar to you, right? And I think that's really important in games because there are, for example, Black people in many other games, right? In GTA and so on. But oftentimes the gap there is in a lot of settings that are unfamiliar, especially to us in Africa, right? Like, for example, being in a drop top Ferrari on the beach in Miami, is not.
To be fair,
really
that's unfamiliar. That's unfamiliar to me as well. To be fair,
you will argue for most people. Right. But what we have tried to do is show really, really familiar environments. And a lot of what we get, surprisingly, from people who've traveled to Africa is that, oh, I went to this village and it looks exactly like what you have in your game, right?
Okay.
Or I saw this lion hunting this gazelle and the setting looks exactly like what you guys have, right? So it has this unique, fantastical location element, right? Where you see something that felt like it was in a fantasy world, but now you're able to play it and engage with it really frequently. So that makes what we are trying to do, I think, both familiar to so many people, but also different and unique in that you've never seen it in the same way that we are trying to do it through a game and through some of our experiences.
Got you. Okay. And tell us about the game. So you are working on Hiru, which is not your first game that you've made, right?
In some aspects it is, in some aspects it's not. We've worked on a few internal mobile MVPs, we've done some Minecraft work. It's our first proper quote-unquote PC console game.
Okay, cool. All right, so
Yeah,
tell us
yeah.
about it and who's behind it. Obviously, yourself, I could guess. But yeah, who is the team behind it and what exactly is the game?
Yeah, so we are a team of 5 working on Hero specifically. Been working on it for a couple of years. You essentially play as Hero, who's a Maasai warrior. He protects a herd of elephants from poachers, and the poachers attack his village and destroy everything and kidnap his sister, right? And you go this epic journey chasing and following the poachers across Africa, trying to rescue your sister, right? So it's this epic linear action adventure game from the grasslands of East Africa to the dark deserts of the Congo and to really, really hot deserts, right? So you have this unique African variety and getting a sense of what it's like to go deeper than just the surface experience most people have about Africa, both in the good and bad, right? So showing really brutal environments and worlds and also really heartwarming environments, right? And I think that makes this really, really exciting.
Yeah. And I mean, like you talked about your experiences in previous games. Or your previous games, previous projects, like what have you been able to take from, like lessons you've been able to take from those experiences that you've put into this game? Because this feels like, from what I've seen of it, it feels like even a step up from what you've done before. So I imagine there's a lot of learning you've had to do.
Yeah, I think the biggest lesson, and maybe an interesting lesson for most devs, is do a tiny piece of gameplay and make it super perfect, right? As an indie studio, it's generally really difficult for anyone to take a good look at you, right? Whether players, whether publishers, whether partners, and so on, right? And the biggest lesson we've learned is throughout all the projects, throughout music, film, entertainment, try to do, especially early on, a really tiny, perfect version of your vision, right? A few other, of course, lessons there in between, trying to bring together the best team possible. I've been extremely fortunate to have a fantastic team since day one. We're one of the studios where no one has quit. We were fortunate not to have had to do any layoffs and just continue to build the game, right? Essentially from day one. We've been extremely fortunate to do that, but a lot of that also is lessons from working with teams in the past, learning what to do, what not to do, and how to work together in a creative but effective way.
Yeah, I think like people can underestimate the team aspect. Like, you know, obviously you think about the skills, being able to like code or do art or animate, whatever it might be. But there's also like enjoying the people that you work with. It actually makes a big difference, but some can sometimes go overlooked.
Yes, yeah. It's a difficult one, and especially because there's a personality and culture element, right? Where you want to bring together people who have similar belief systems, work in similar ways, and want to achieve similar things, right? And that's often the biggest challenge, because across most teams, you find there are people who are a bit more short-term-minded, and that's not a bad thing necessarily. It's just a specific thing, right? And there are people who are much more long-term minded and want to do certain long-term viable and sustainable things, right? And what you're hopeful to do, especially as a leader, is to just get the team that believes in roughly the same things you believe in, and you're able to give each other energy support as you go on that journey, right? And one of the things I'm proudest of is, as a team, everyone has equity in the project, in the studio, but it goes past the contracts, right, and the paperwork, and it's gotten to a point where it's so inherent that oftentimes I feel like I'm just an employee or just one of the team, right? Because so many times the team gets me to do things that are difficult but so necessary, right? And most times when you have leadership almost always gets to do what they want, right? And well, it is difficult to do. I'm really grateful for the ability to have a team that is able to go on that journey, right? And be able to push each other in a fairly equal and easy to accept way across the whole team. So that's something I'm super, super proud of.
Cool. Yeah. And, you know, we have this being our opening interview and just looking ahead to some of the themes, because we're going to be looking at like lessons from this year and looking ahead to the future. But from where you are in Kenya, just out of interest, what does the games industry look like here? Because I guess in a sense we're in it, so we get like breaking news story. This studio has let off this number of people, or this game is cancelled, and does it? And it can feel talking to people here that the games industry is a bit on fire. What's your view of things here, and how does it compare to what you feel about games in Kenya?
Yeah, that's an interesting angle to explore. I think Kenya is quite hopeful and optimistic. I think that's partly the side effect of our industry starting off really small a couple of years ago, right? So we've just been growing significantly ever since. We're getting a ton of player interest, a ton of global interest, a lot of investors and publishers coming in, looking for more studios to work with. So that's been really, really exciting. It's because the studios are a bit smaller, it's rarer to hear about layoffs, it's rarer to hear about people being let go, people quitting. And I think what's most exciting, I think for us, is the rest of the world looking at some of these, let me say, quieter corners of the world, right? Whether it's Africa, whether it's South America, whether it's Asia, for unique stories, unique devs, and unique studios, right? So I'd say the industry here is super, super hopeful. There's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of energy bubbling. And all the challenges that have been there over the past few years, I think there's a sense of expectation for those challenges. So when you do experience challenges, it's less, let me say, distracting, right? And less damaging. And what I think, look forward to is for the rest of the world to continue engaging with us, playing our games, mentoring us, supporting us. And we are so grateful for that to already be happening.
Nice. Okay, that's a nice optimistic look. We can use some of that over here. So what would you say are the lessons, either personally or just as you look at the industry, that you've taken from 2025?
Yeah, I think the biggest one is playtesting. We do a lot of internal playtesting, not enough external playtesting, and that's something we're excited to shift this coming year. We recently showed our game at a couple of game events, and over a week, I think we had like 100+ people play our game each for about 10 minutes. That was amazing. And what it showed us is a ton of really unique niche bugs that you'll have never discovered elsewhere. And some of them were actually really cool. Like some of them were like, oh, that's super cool. That's awesome. So just doing that a lot more. That's essentially lesson one for me this year. We've really picked up our speed. That was a lesson from last year. I'd maybe double down again for this year. Just moving faster than you think is possible. It oftentimes is really, really possible if you don't overanalyze and don't get in your
second
way.
Guess.
Much, right?
Yeah.
That's been a big one. And just TikTok is heavily underrated. That's been a big one for us this year. We never really paid too much attention to TikTok up to about mid last year. Then we created an account, started going active, and this year alone, I think we've hit over 4 million views on TikTok organically, which is amazing and super exciting for us. And in hindsight, we wish we would have done it like 2-3 years ago. Right? But hey, you learn. So those are my lessons for this year so far.
Okay, all right. I'm learning the same TikTok lesson as you, so we'll try and catch up to that.
Yeah.
And finally, what are you looking forward to in 2026? What are you most excited about, whether with like your game or just like the future of gaming in general?
I think I'm most excited for some of our mobile titles. And that's a weird conversation to have with devs. But what we hope to do with mobile is just show our thesis, our ideas in a shorter, quicker way for players to experience. And what we expect that to do for us is get more people to be close to what we are trying to do, right? Again, this is connected to the TikTok lesson, right? Where because TikTok showed us to so many people and brought so many people closer to us, we realized how valuable it is to have that energy, right? Where In a few scrolls, people engage with you, they give you comments, they give you great DMs, they give you really, really good energy. And
Yeah.
when things get tough and then things get dark, all you need to do is scroll through our TikTok DM for a few minutes and you're re-energized, right? Which is awesome. We want to do that the same thing with mobile. We want to do the same thing with many more games. We have a few amazing partners coming on board, so that's been super exciting. Really looking forward to working with them. And I think just keeping on, right? Like just keep the fire burning, keep working on great games, and yeah, keep telling unique stories.
Nice. All right. Yeah, that just resilience. I think they call that. Just keep going, even in challenging times. So yeah, thank you for that, Dean. Thank you for that perspective, and definitely look forward to chatting more with you. I know we had some conversations before about some interesting podcast discussions. So want to get back to you on that. But yeah, for now, thanks for joining us, and for people watching. Let us know your thoughts on the year. It continues to be a challenging time, but let us know your thoughts. What stood out to you? What lessons you've learned? What games that have stood out to you as well? Let us know in the chat, or if you want to shout us out on social media, you can do that. Just use the hashtag #LookLikeAGamer or hashtag #NextOneUp. So we have our first gameplay interview coming up with Studio Lavocado, showcasing their cozy tiling puzzle game Floromino. So we've got we'll have that after we have another behind the scenes look at some of the Campaign 40 footage from this year, from previous years, featuring people talking about their games experience. So stick around and we'll see you shortly.
Hi. So, welcome. First question, we'll start with an easy one.
Yep.
Do you want to let us know who you are and what you do?
So I'm Cameron. I'm a sort of jack of all trades, really. I got my own indie studio. I hosted accessibility game jams and a podcaster.
Oh, you do a podcast. How are you doing this? I assume podcasts about games, but
Yes, so it's, to put it bluntly, we've just reached 25 episodes now, so on YouTube and Spotify. So
is that you or the team?
it's me and a co-host. Yeah.
Co-host. Always in because we do a podcast as well.
Yeah.
Always interested how that works with other people. Nice. What's the studio? What are you working on? What are you making?
So at the minute, really, due to the state of the industry, is sort of on hiatus because, as we all know, the industry's in a bad place. So yeah, it's on hiatus at the minute, but there is plans for when things pick up and, I can put my full focus on it.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm Felix, and recently I took some time off work to focus on the stuff that I like, and that is games and game development. I wanted to try that, and at the side, I also played a sport called Kabaddi professionally in India. That was pretty fun. Yeah, so now that I've released my first game on Steam called Pool 2, you should check it out. I'm applying to game dev jobs, and I have an interview coming up on Monday, so fingers crossed.
Personally, would probably, like, it probably is something else that I can't remember off the top of my head, but the one I can remember is Crash Team Racing for PS1. So that and the remaster, which came out like 2019, I think, is probably one game I can say, or two games I'm actually saying quite good at. So they're ones that I feel really help me get into games, because both in a professional sense and a personal sense. But I've always really, since I was younger, wanted to make games, but it's just how do you do it, and then find out there's uni, then going that way is been enjoying. But yeah, Crash Team Race was probably the first game that I kind of remember being an influence.
I've always wanted to, but while growing up, I felt a pressure to get like, you know, a proper job. And then I kind of never took my passion seriously until like I was working a job, and I've always felt like I'd rather be making games or working in something that I liked. So that's why I took like a few years off recently. Yeah, that's why I left my job. Honestly, I've played games so early on that I think as soon as I could remember, like when I was like 3, I've already been playing games. So I actually don't know when it started.
The biggest misconception I would say is probably that the people who need it want it included over other things. So they say, no, we don't want this added, we want accessibility. They want that can be further with, like, I know people who will advocate like, oh, if you need any studios, indie to large, if you need help with accessibility, I'm here, I'm happy to give advice. So any indies out there who even thinking about accessibility, there's tons of resources, people out there who are willing to help. But yeah, that's definitely the biggest misconception, is that they don't want features out of the game to take away from the accessibility, while they want the accessibility, which kind of makes sense. So the word gamer to me is, like, obviously, as you said, there's a stigma sort of attached to it over the last couple of years, but I would say a gamer is anyone who picks up a bit of software that has graphics and is to be played and plays it. So whether it's like a Nan playing Wordle, a Call of Duty professional in a tournament, it's like we're all gamers as long as you do that.
For me, it just simply means someone who likes playing games. That's it. Pretty simple.
Yeah. Nice and simple. Cool. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello again, and welcome back to the live stream. If you are just joining us, this is the 2025 Do I Look Like a Gamer Next One Up end of year live stream by Maya Mada. This is all about our let me try that again. This is all about our Do I Look Like a Gamer campaign, which aims to ensure that future generations of talent will know that there's a place for them in video games. So it's all about empowering them to be an active part of shaping the future of the video games industry. And each year of the campaign, we end with Next One Up, which is our end of year live stream, bringing together video game fans, current aspiring professionals from around the world to recap the year's campaign and the industry and look ahead to the future of both. So Next One Up comes from our desire to see the games industry ready for what's next in a more diverse and inclusive future. So our focus tends to be on young and aspiring future talent, but we also call on established professionals to share their insight on how we can all be more prepared for the future of games. So I'm the Maya Mada co-founder Nigel, and we are into our first gameplay interview of the day, chatting with Vicky and Lucille with their game. So hi, I should mention your studio, Studio Lavocado. How are you both doing? And just to address the elephant in the room, do you want to explain the name as well of your studio?
Hi, so we're doing well. I've been watching the world wake up around me as they wait.
Yeah, tell us where you are as well, because we have a quite global representation for different guests today.
Yeah, I'm in Illinois right now, so I'm from the US.
Hi, I'm Lucille. I am, I guess, like the founder of Studio Lavocado. I am also normally US based. I'm currently traveling, so I'm on the other side of the world right now. So it's actually nighttime where I am. But yeah, a little bit of backstory about the Lavocado name. So we are like 5 friends who started doing game jams together probably back in like 2023-ish. So been working together for about 2 years now. And actually our first like game jam game as a group, the theme was lava for that game jam, and for some reason we really wanted to make a cooking game, but since the theme was lava, all of the ingredients were lava themed, and our favorite one was the Lavocado, and that just kind of stuck. So yeah, that's the backstory.
Okay, cool. Always good, like a good backstory in a story. It's better than ours because we just made up a name, and there was no backstory to Maya Mada. But this isn't about us, it's about you guys. We have a bunch more questions, but because so we do this gameplay interview, we've done it a few times now, but the idea is we like to talk to the makers of the game while we show their game. So let's actually show your game, which Tazzy is playing.
Yeah, I've just started it up, so
okay,
playing on story mode.
Nice. And so we were introduced to you both through Safe in Our World, because as I understand, you won their Game Dev Champions competition for a previous game.
Yeah, that's right. So our last project before Florimino was actually, we created it for the Safe in Our World Game Dev Champions 2024, and we received their prize for the best game made by a small team in our age category. And it was just a really, really fun experience working together on Close Knit, which was our previous game. And it was definitely like the first big project that we had done together as a team. And so we're super thankful to like Safe in Our World for that like opportunity as well.
Yeah, they're a great organization. They've helped us make a lot of connections. We've talked to mentors in the industry. And it was also just very validating, right? To kind of get that boost over a project that we worked on for 5 months.
Yeah, and especially a project that like speaks to these themes of like mental health. Like our game was about imposter syndrome, which is something that like we've all experienced, especially as creatives. So just like really cool to be able to work on something like that and carry those skills over into making Florimino.
Yeah, of course. And no, imposter syndrome that's a real thing. I was at a college. I was doing a talk. Well, it was a whole day thing. Doing a session and a talk with some college students, and I asked at the end, we were talking about storytelling, so it was focused on storytelling in their games, and I asked like who's ever experienced like doubt or imposter syndrome, and like maybe 40% of the hands 40% of the hands went up, and I said to them like, the rest of you are lying. But yeah, that was an interesting one. So you talked about some of the like lessons from your previous game. You've now got a brand new project which we're seeing. So as we talk, like Tazzy's gonna make her way through it. Tell us about Florimino. Like, what is it about? And then also, I'd be interested to know what are those lessons that you've learned from one project to the other.
Vicky, do you want to take this one?
Oh, sure. Sorry, I thought you wanted to. So yeah,
go ahead.
Florimino is it's a little smaller in scope than the game that we worked on for the Safe in Our World Jam. Florimino is a kind of dynamic puzzle gardening game. So it's a little bit Tetris, it's a little bit puzzle, but it's got story, it's got a heart, it's got lots of flowers as well. So Florimino is our current project. I think part of it is because we love Close Knit. That was the project we worked on with Safe in Our World earlier. If you saw me, I was knitting as I waited. Close Knit is very dear to our heart, but it's a bigger game if it was fully polished. And because this is our first project, we wanted to start with something a little smaller in scope, a little more achievable to make. Because don't start with your dream project and then spend 8 years working on it and then kind of burn out, right? So this is kind of, I guess, where we're starting.
Yeah, I would say another big difference between Close Knit, which we made for the Safe in Our World Game Dev Champions, and Florimino is that I think one of the big takeaways we learned was that like a big part of game development is that like you can spend so long on all of these little touches on your game for what ultimately ends up being a really short experience for the player. Like we spent 5 months on Close Knit, and it's ultimately like a 20-30 minute long experience. But with Florimino, because we came into it with this idea that we want to make something that was replayable, that had some elements of randomness and some like almost like deck building elements to it as well, which you'll be able to see here in this demo. We wanted to come at it with the angle of like being able to allow players to replay it so that even though the project is smaller in scope on our end, it's still an experience that like can bring a lot of fun and enjoyment to players. And I think that was just something that like made it a little bit easy, like made the project feel a little bit more manageable to us going into Florimino.
That makes sense. So Tazzy, tell us what you're doing at the moment.
So I'm planting flowers, and I didn't realize. And I'm not harvesting them in time. That's what I'm doing right now. Yeah, I'm just getting the hang of it. So I've actually just started with gameplay. Before it was like the story, and it's like already. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Already, like really heartfelt, like from the get-go.
Okay.
I would say is one thing I noticed.
Yeah. It's an interesting art
yeah.
style.
I really love it. It's very cute.
Yeah.
It's kind of giving me like, oh my god, the same energy from Overcooked.
Really?
Yeah. In terms of like needing.
Why are you shouting at your teammates?
Well, I am my teammate. That's the thing.
Oh, okay. It's internal shouting. Right.
But in terms of like kind of having to take orders, I guess. Like that.
Oh, okay. Oh, is that what's happening at the top there?
Yeah. So I'm
Got
having
it.
to harvest what is, or grow and harvest what is requested in the time.
In the time that you have. Okay.
Okay,
Like,
so
is this your report card?
This is my first round. This is my results.
Okay. You have to tell us the stars.
Score was 6.
6. Okay, cool. They can't see that on the stream, but nice. Was that an inspiration, Vicky or Lucille?
Yes, I mean, we love Overcooked. I think Lucille and I once played through the whole game together when we were in college. So yes, it was definitely one of our inspirations. We take inspiration from a lot of places, especially in terms of UI design and stuff like that.
Okay, that's cool. That's like, I like how you've taken, because I imagine most people watching will know Overcooked, will have experienced that the frustration of shouting at a team member. Well, it depends what kind of team you've got, actually. I don't know, you guys, maybe you seem to be able to work together, so you've got that coordination thing. But yeah, no, it's cool to see you've taken that and then applied it in your own like setting, in your own style. And you talked about the team, and there's 2 of you with us how do you divide responsibilities? Like who does what, and what do you see as the, I guess the challenges of team working, or do you have challenges as a team?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, the team started as a group of friends making games together. So Vicky and I are here with you today. We have 5 members working on Florimino in total. So we have 2 other devs and 1 like character sprite artist who's not here with us today. But they are like super amazing to work with and like super instrumental parts of the team. So yeah, like I mentioned, I mean, Vicky can probably talk a little bit more, but we have 2 artists who are basically doing like, basically have one person do everything in the foreground and one person do everything in the background for the most part. And that sort of lends to like a kind of cool, like, I mean, Vicky can talk about this a little bit more, but like a cool like art style thing where you can like, it makes clear more what's interactable and what's not. So I think that's like really fun. And on the programming side, we sort of like all come together as a team to talk about design and features. And like, for example, for Florimino, this was originally a jam game, actually. We originally made it for a 48-hour game jam back in April of this year. And it was just like 1 level and basically almost like a proof of concept. And so scaling that up from the game jam to now, there were a lot of conversations about like, how are we going to do like the difficulty progression? Is it going to be more discrete levels and things like that? Or is it going to be more having like almost like a deck builder kind of like progression? Like talking about things like that, we all come together as a team. Since we're a pretty small team, only 5 members, it's really easy to have everybody pitch into conversations together, which I think is really helpful. And there isn't a lot of like going back and forth or like a lot of procedures. If we have an idea, we can sort of get started on that really quickly. On the programming side, what I think is really nice is that the other 2 devs, they really enjoy like building out new systems and like sort of creating new features and new systems from scratch. And I really enjoy like iterating on existing things. Like what I find really fun about game development is having an idea for a new feature and being able to just like get it out quickly and like be able to test that quickly. So then it kind of works out where they're sort of building out like the base layer, and I work on a lot of the like iterative and polished things in addition to like a lot of the design stuff. So I think it works out really well on that end too.
Yeah. So it's kind of like Dean was saying earlier, but you work well together. You're on the same page, and so you can find your niches within what needs to be done.
And what Dean was saying earlier about having that kind of very small, perfect slice, that's what we kind of tried to do with the game jam, right? 48 hours to kind of show that our gameplay, our core gameplay loop works, right? And that it's fun and entertaining and people like it. I can say on the art side, right? Since it's mostly our other artist, Ree and I, we do kind of do that kind of foreground background separation. So I do a lot of the background work. Ree does a lot of the foreground work, the characters, the interactable sprites and stuff. We'll cross over when it's necessary, especially when we're balancing workloads and stuff. But it's definitely kind of merge into this kind of distinct studio lavocado style because we do very regularly keep that foreground background separation. So I think it is good because it lets players kind of see what is interactable, what might be useful, and then also it helps, I guess, me as an artist, right, think about letting someone else shine and making the background, you know, visually interesting, but also not overwhelming or too distracting or something like that.
It's that balance, yeah. I know, I get that. And Tazia, I noticed you got an improved score in last round. How you finding it?
I actually got like completed, got through that level. Just. It is actually like more challenging than you think it's gonna be, because you've got to kind of like think about how much space things take to grow and like what shape they are. As well as like cutting weeds. So very interesting thing is that the weeds can only be cut like 2 at a time.
Right.
Like next to each other. So if you've got a flower there, it makes it really hard to cut that weed. And then that might be taking up space that you need to grow something else, which is challenging. And I've got fairy dust. I don't know what it does, so
that's a good one.
That's one of the best ones.
That's the best one, yeah.
So I'm gonna try that in a second.
All right. The chat is calling you a pro Florimino gamer.
Thank you. I feel like It doesn't feel like the case.
Okay. And
Absolutely,
so,
the weeds. Oh, sorry.
no, go ahead. Tell us. Tell
Oh,
us
I was
more.
just gonna say, absolutely, the weeds are a little bit challenging, and we're hoping in the final game to have the ability to like upgrade your shears and have that be one of the progression abilities. Part of the reason like the weeds are such a core mechanic is because the game jam that we originally made this for, the theme was overgrown, so we wanted to have this idea where it's kind of hectic.
Right.
You're trying to manage your garden and constantly dealing with these overgrown weeds. Sort of that hectic but cozy style.
Right.
Again, definitely a little bit overcooked inspired.
Yeah.
But
Also,
yeah,
Animal
and
Crossing.
then
Just talk of weeds is giving me flashbacks
Yeah.
to Animal Crossing.
but yeah, definitely for like the like 2 grid shears, we wanted there to be a little bit of like micro decision making every time you have to like every time you have to shear a weed, and just like make that a little bit like have a little bit of that like arcade game energy to it, as well as on top of like obviously the strategy of like where are you going to arrange your flowers on your tile.
Yeah, we're really glad you're noticing all of the puzzling elements, right? Do you put the daisy here? Where does the weed might spawn? You might trap yourself in a corner. How do you fit everything in one spot? I really like thinking about kind of the puzzle and the meta behind the puzzle. So when we design the maps and stuff like that, it is something we think a lot about to make sure it's engaging and balanced well.
Nice. No, well, thank you for giving us that perspective into your game. Where can people get this game and also follow your journey?
Yeah, so the Floramino demo is now available on Steam. So just go ahead and search for Floramino. It's like Flora plus Tetramino. And you can also find us. We are Studio Lavocado at Studio Lavocado on Twitter and Blue Sky. If you would like to follow like any of our postings about developing Floramino and just like indie dev in general.
And sneak peeks of the art.
Yes,
Cool.
a lot of sneak peeks of the art. Vicky works very
Nice.
hard.
Cool. Yeah, no, it sounds really good and it looks really good as well. And yeah, no, thank you for spending your time, especially because you are on opposite sides of the world. So thank you for getting up early or staying up late to join us and to share your game with us. So we'll let people know where they can get this and yeah, follow your journey as well. So for people watching, stick around because we have our second gameplay interview. And also we've got some roundtables as well. So we've got second gameplay interview, first roundtable coming up. But in the meantime, we've got more video from some of our guests and also some behind the scenes at the Look Like a Gamer campaign from this and previous years. But yeah, we'll see you in a little bit.
What was the question again? Sorry, it's really blank. Sorry. Hi, my name is Geen, and my connection to games is like if I have any downtime, if I want to just have a little bit of relaxation. Just really been gaming ever since however young I've been. I think it was like back then in Chakadera I first started playing.
So I'm Curly Locks, and I'm an artist and a content creator. It's like game.
What kind of content?
I do 2 different versions of content. I have my live painting content, and then I also stream games and do a lot of just chatting.
My name is Michael. So game-wise, I play a lot of games myself. I play a lot of fighting games mainly. When it comes to work and in the industry, I help some with the Science Museum. I do some work with a exhibition called the Power Up Exhibition, which is basically just a little exhibition of different games for people to play and try. I help out with my mother with the live streams and also at the stores at Comic-Con. And I also do some work supporting Black Tech Day BTD gamers with social media work and just doing some rep work for BTD gamers.
My earliest gaming memory is probably gaming with my brother. My brother's 10 years older than me, and he sort of introduced me to gaming. And it was like the Game Boy Color. So it would have been like Pokemon Silver and those kinds of games. So yeah, that's probably my earliest one, is playing with my brother. I don't know, I think a lot of it's community for me, playing online games and, you know, being able to play with friends in America and across the world. But yeah, I think just how much it's opened up chats and things like that. You can talk about games all day, every day if you really want to.
Don't let anybody stop you having a dream in it. Keep pushing no matter what, and yeah, just strive for the dream. Strive for the dream and just concentrate on what you need to do, what you want to do.
Very anime motivated. I love it.
I wish when I played after the Sega Mega Drive, I did wish if I had more time to play more video games. But I think back then it was very different because I used to actually enjoy going to parks and stuff, so I wasn't always really access to a lot of like consoles and everything. But I would say to my younger self to probably play like other games and explore like different genres and different types. Obviously, matching my age, because obviously there's some games you shouldn't play. So yeah, exactly.
Gamer.
Yeah.
Someone who likes playing games. That's as easy as that, really, for me. You know, I think it is that simple. As long as you enjoy it, you're a gamer, and you do it often, you're a gamer. So.
All right. That's it.
Nice. Awesome. That's all right. I know, just.
The word gamer means to me is that you can let yourself escape from reality, because that's why I've been through a lot of hardships, especially losing my father. That was really tough. So the way I found to relieve it is actually escaping and getting so immersed into a story that can bring you back to, you know, being positive about life, because it made me really down that time. So yes, I know being a gamer can be of a negative effect, but I feel like with this campaign we can flip it around and make it, you know, you can be from any background and anyone can play video games, and it should be a positive thing always. Yeah.
Just being for someone who wants to be involved with gaming no matter what.
Hello again, and welcome back to another segment of the Next One Up end of year live stream by Mayamada. If you are just joining us, where have you been? But also, if you're just joining us, this is the 2025 Do I Look Like a Gamer Next One Up end of year live stream by Mayamada. So this is all about the Do I Look Like a Gamer campaign, which we launch so that future generations of talent will know that there is a place for them in video games. So it's all about empowering them to be part of the industry, specifically an active part of the industry in shaping the future of video games. So each year we end the campaign with this Next One Up, our end of year live stream, bringing together video game fans, current aspiring professionals from around the world, and we've literally had someone from around the world in each part so far. But yeah, it's all about recapping the campaign, but also looking ahead to the future of the games industry. And that's where the naming for Next One Up comes from. It's about our desire to see the games community ready for what's next in a more diverse and inclusive future. So our focus tends to be on young and aspiring games talent, but we also like to call on established professionals to share their insight on how we can all be more prepared for the future of games. So I'm the Mayamada co-founder Nigel, and this is our second gameplay interview of the day. Speaking of established professionals, we do have Haz Dalal with us, who is our next game dev. Well, I was gonna say game dev, but then you do a lot. You do a lot of you do. You do everything. let's say you do everything. So for those that don't know, Haz moves between games, film, real-time storytelling, from working on iconic game titles and blockbuster films to directing sci-fi features, Disney projects in there. Haz has built worlds in screens of all sizes. So today we're going to dig a bit into his journey and getting a live look at his upcoming title, Astral Burn, and hearing direct from the indie dev about its development. So Haz, first of all, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great, man. Thanks for having me on this. I'm so excited to be chatting with you and everyone listening. So yeah.
No, I appreciate that. And yeah, because we were at our Cupcake and Gamepad social earlier in the year. So I want to talk about your game because you showcased it there. That's the first time I saw it in person. So let's start by telling us, what is the game? We're going to see it in a moment, but also what was that experience like in showcasing it?
100%. I mean, look, this is my first indie game as a developer. I've always been used to being a cinematics director on other games. As we mentioned, I've worked on tons of other games, cinematics, in-game. But this is my first game where I'm a solo dev making my passionate project. And I came from the era of like playing games in the mid 90s and in the arcades, like games like Street Fighter, R-Type, Axelate, Super NES, UN Squadron. I loved those games, and when I decided to make my game this year, which only started like mid-March, I thought I'm gonna make something small. Having come from a big AAA game like Dune Awakening at Funcom, where I spent 3.5 years working on this big massive thing, I didn't want to go work on another big thing, and I also didn't want to create something in Unreal Engine as well. So I created something more of a 2D shoot 'em up game that I wanted to make a game that I wanted to play. I know it goes against everything like a lot of the professional devs say or publishers say, but I wanted to make a game that I missed playing and loved playing. which is essentially a side-scroller shooter. So I remember, like, we showcased it at Develop, we showcased it at the Cupcake event, and what's really great about, especially the Cupcake event that you guys set up, was this very small, indie, intimate environment. Was I get to see players play the game very, very early. And that was a very early build, Nigel. Like, nothing compared to what Tazzy's going to play today, or is playing right now. Like, it was a very early build. So basically a spaceship with featuring a cat pilot. Because I love cats. Yes, I'm the cat guy. But as I watched people playing it, like, everyone gravitated towards the game because of the cat character. But when they played it, it was a spaceship, hardcore sci-fi shoot 'em up. They're like, oh, okay, it's cool, but like, we want to see more of the cat. And then as time,
your game's alright, but
yeah. And as time went on, people was like, yeah, it's just a sci-fi shoot 'em up featuring a cat, and that really worried me. And I was watching people play it, and a lot of the audiences of all ages. And I realized, you know what? I'm going to just switch it up. I'm going to go left field of it. I'm going to not reference games like R-Type or the new Eartheon that recently came out, which is amazing, because that had a very niche audience. I'm going to reference Konami. Konami are well known for making the most craziest games ever, right? And there's a game I remember playing on the Japanese Famicom called Parodius, which is the most weirdest game ever. And it's basically the genre, and another game called Poppin' Twin B. And those games were not shoot 'em ups, they were called cute 'em ups. That's right. And what that usually means is
this is an established genre.
It's an established genre. When I said it, Nigel, people thought I was making it up. I'm like, I wish
I'm
I
one of
could
those
coin
people.
that.
I thought you were making it up.
There you go. Because
Okay.
it's such a weird, obscure genre. But what a shoot 'em up is, in a nutshell, is it's exactly the same mechanics as a shoot 'em up. The only thing is you replace the aesthetic and the overall look. So instead of a spaceship, you have a cute, fluffy animal. Instead of enemies, you have a gigantic, cute, oversized animals. Instead of bullets, you have different types of projectiles. Instead of explosions, you have exploding hearts. Or it's just really fun stuff. And I thought, we live in a world where, all of my stuff's very dark. Like, obviously Dune Awakening, super dark, very adult, and my previous films. And I wanted to make something that's a bit the opposite of what I usually do, but the stuff that I love playing. And that's where Astroburn came. And I thought, why not throw in a robot in the mix as well? Because we live in a world of AI. Wouldn't it be great you have like an artificial intelligent character speaking with a crazy catnip-hungry cat who just wants to go home after a long space mission? And that's essentially where this game came from.
Right. Okay. And now we're seeing it on stream now. So that's an interesting journey. And one of the things I wanted to pick up on there is feedback. So we do a game design jam as part of the campaign, but also do a lot of workshops with young people. And one of the things that often strikes me, and I get it as a creator, I do understand it, but a literal resistance to take feedback and change your ideas. And it sounds like you were going in a direction, and based on feedback from real people who you don't know, you have now got to a point where you're like, oh, I need to change that. Was that a hard decision for you?
Yeah, that it was.
Because you don't want to do that, right? Because you think the idea you came up with is
Yeah.
brilliant as it is.
Yeah, here's the thing, Nigel. The first thing, I'm financing this game myself. It's a self-finance game. I don't have any publisher support, external financing support. So
Even
for
more
me,
so,
like,
because that costs.
yeah, exactly. So you can, as a game dev, internally, like, this is my idea. I think it's going to be amazing. But at the end of the day, what I wanted to do was, I knew when I went into this idea of making an indie game that I need to involve community from day one. So the most successful indie games I had seen do really well were the ones that involved community from day one and not involve community right at the end when they wanted influencer support and stuff like that. So I released a very, very early version on a closed sort of like early alpha testing, right? And I used something called First Look, which is this platform which allows you to onboard playtesters very, very easily. And also go to small events like the Cupcake event and all these other smaller sort of like my friend D runs Link Up London, and all these small little events. And what's great about those, you don't have the pressure of Develop or pressure of Gamescom or anything like that. It's very small, and people, and a lot of the time it wasn't so much people telling me stuff. It's just watching people play like a stalker. Just watching people play. And you can see, like, I remember the first time I had the X button as the main thing to fire. And notice everyone gravitating towards the A button. I'm like, oh, okay, well, that's a problem. And people kept dying or respawning, getting killed. And there was all these stuff. And then we set up a Discord channel. And very quickly the game started to evolve. The more changes I was doing, and when I say changes, more like notes, right? Like, oh, the collision box is not big enough, or it's too big, it should be smaller, or I don't quite like the feel of the response. And I've even had like, it's been amazing because I've had people give notes in very specific notes. Instead of like, oh, this game sucks, it's more like, this game could be so cool if it did this, and that.
Right. Yeah.
Now,
have you thought about?
Yeah, exactly. Some of these are developers as well. Say, hey, we don't use develop your engine, but we use Unity, and in Unity we do it like this. I'm like, that's a really cool idea. So, so what I end up doing is all the play testers that were involved, like giving direct notes on Discord, put them in the credits. Of course, it's a long ass credit now, but I put them in the credits as a thank you. But also, like, you can't address every single note. Like, some notes are very subjective, right? Some notes are very personal. Like, oh, I don't like the way the cat looks. I'm like, well, that's just you, buddy. Can't love everything.
The cat looks great. The cat's so cute.
Thank you. Well, I mean, look, the interesting, the cat has gone through several iterations as well. Like, originally the cat was very serious looking. It had a cute look to it. And then when I went towards a cute 'em up kind of angle, I teamed up with this amazing Japanese artist called Q Yoneda. And Q Yoneda I met in Canada, Winnipeg, like 4 weeks ago. And he happened to be a big fan of Parodius. And I met him, he gave some feedback. I went back to London, I checked my email, he goes, hey, lovely meeting you, Haz, and here's a quick fan art I just mocked up just as a thank you gift. And I'm like, oh my God. And he just took the existing cat, kept the same colors, kept everything, but just made it more cuter. I'm like, we're so using that. So all of a sudden it becomes a collaborative
You're hired.
thing, right? Yeah, oh, definitely hired. But also, like, now what I'm doing is, like, the game has got such a unique identity, and I have to say, yes, I'm the director on the game, it's the vision and so on, but that game is built with the sense of the community. I would have not got to this point in the game today if it wasn't for the community feedback and filtering those feedback, taking the things that really resonated with me and just listening to people, but also acknowledging to the community, like, you guys, this is your game as well. Like, you guys have been a big part in that journey. And that makes a big difference, Nigel. It makes a big difference, especially when you're an indie developer and you don't have huge marketing budgets.
I can imagine it's vital, and just to check in with Tazzy, like, where are you? What's
oh my
happening?
God, she's doing really well. She's on the bus.
Ooh.
was on the bus.
I think I have like 6 or 5 lives left.
9 lives, Tazzy. It's a cat.
9 lives. Yeah.
9 lives.
Okay.
But I'm impressed that you speed run through this. Like, damn. Okay.
Okay. How are you feeling, Tazzy?
Do you know what's really? It's so chaotic and fun and cute, and there is a literal panda on a robot mecha thing, which is fun. I'm loving, like, the dialogue with it. Again, the cat is adorable, and it's just absolute chaos. And you can pick up, like, a ton of weapons and just kind of like go ham. And I love that you feel like weapons timeouts. You got, like, collect it. What I'm struggling with is, like, you kind of got to be quite thoughtful about, like, where you're going so you can collect things like health and shields in your weapons. Like, not every enemy needs defeating.
You can just let some go.
You let some go.
Yeah.
There's a life lesson
which
in
is
that.
like,
you can let some things go.
as a somewhat perfectionist, it's like hard. I'm like, no, I need to kill all of
them,
the enemies. And it's like, no, you have to make decisions. Like, oh no, I'm done again.
Ooh.
Wow, but you've gone far. Did you collide with the jumping rabbit by any chance? Because if you collide with a rabbit, you get bubbles come up, but it takes a massive hit off your energy, like your health.
Okay. And there's like a slow-mo bit, like.
Oh yeah, catnip mode. I call it catnip mode. The reason I call it catnip because whenever I give my cat some catnip, right, just to calm her down, she's most times just spaced out, and I'm thinking, what is she thinking? Is she seen everything in slow mo? So that's why I got the idea.
You know what's interesting about yourself, Haz, as well, is because we speak to and meet indie devs who have, I'd say, like, come up, so maybe they haven't had previous experience, like, either making a game or even just in creative industries, and they're making something. Or at least my impression of you've come down, not I don't mean that in a disparaging way. I just hearing how that you are slumming it with the with us in this indie space. But yeah, you've come from like AAA or from like blockbuster films, and you're applying it on a smaller scale. Are there 100%. Things that you've like benefited you from going from like blockbuster to indie?
100%. I mean, like, here's the thing, Nigel. I've always been indie at heart. Like, I got in the industry by making my first indie feature film, The Beyond, right? Which is still it's a commercial hit. It gangbusters. It's still making revenue today. That's why I'm able to have my own company. But you know, I think my favorite project, even though I've worked on some big Disney shows and big AAA games, my favorite project of all time has got to be my first feature film, because I had literally no money, no time, and some of the most genius, thoughtful ideas came out of that. Because I'm actually pretty impressed that Tazzie's actually completed the demo.
Yeah, I was just seeing. Yeah, we need to hold on that. We need to hold on that screen.
I'm very happy that my score was like 2009, because that's like it's like it makes
it's
me
all retro.
Good the year 2009.
Yeah. How many lives did you end up using up?
I think
you're the last one.
Seven of them, yeah.
Not bad.
No, 8 of them. Sorry.
Oh, so you had one more life.
Literally lost one.
One more life left.
1 or 2 lives left. Yeah.
Okay, I'm impressed. The fact you went through the entire demo. That's pretty good for a stream. Okay, that's good. Really good. No, I mean, Nigel started your question. Yeah, I mean, I came from indie, but the thing is though, like working on big AAA games or big studio projects also teaches you a lot, because obviously it's a different scale. It's a different way of thinking. Like with indie, you could pivot very quickly, like doing what I did, where I decided to make a shoot 'em up at the start, and then 3 months down the line I was like, I'm gonna make a cute 'em up. That don't go down well in a big studio. It's a big no,
you can't do that.
It's very much controlled, and and you know, crisis management is very different on a big studio. And bear in mind, you know, I came from production as well, so I was a producer as well on films and games and so on. So for me, making an indie game is like, it sounds really bad, Nigel, but it's like me taking a holiday, right? I'm like, I'm gonna make something. I remember finishing Dune, and mid-March, I'm like, taking a break to like kind of recover. I'm like, and that only lasts for like 3 hours, by the way. And then I'm like, you know what? I need to make something, and so I just started teaching myself coding, right? And I used something called GDevelop just to do some basic code. And the first thing I did, dude, was like move a cube up, down, left, and right. I'm like, oh my god,
start
this is
somewhere.
amazing. Yeah. And I was showing this to my friends. My friends are like, okay.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
This isn't GTA. And you're showing me something that's moving. I'm like, I have no idea. I can do that. And then the next hour, I'm like, what if I fire a little projectile? And the basic of just moving the cube up, down, left, right, firing a projectile was like, I can make a shoot 'em up. And what if I add images of different parallax? Yeah, so like the front moving like this, the back moving like. I'm like, oh my god, I can literally make a shoot 'em up. And then I'm like, I'm gonna scope. I'm gonna do a scope. I'm gonna make a game in 12 months. I'm a huge fan of game jams. I'm like, let's make a game jam production where it's the 12-month game jam. Each week we have a milestone, and I'm only gonna scope for 12 months. I am not gonna make Cyberpunk or Last of Us in 12 months. I'm going to make a game that I know I can make myself, or I can bring additional people to help out and financially create a runway saying, here's how much money I got saved to do this, and make that game based on that budget. And then release it. So the game comes out April on Steam, and then we're going to be talking about consoles the following months after. But that's kind of like using my production experience and my creation experience in all levels to do this.
Yeah, no doubt. And that word scope, and I think previous guests have said that idea of doing something small. Again, going back to our workshops, or even our last event, the Friends and Family Game Design Jam at Square Enix. I remember I didn't get to go around to everyone, but I remember there was a couple groups actually, who I was reported to that the scope hadn't reached them. The definition of the word hadn't reached them, so they had to like these wild ideas, and they had to scale it down. Because I said to people at the beginning, it's like, we're only here for a day. Square Enix are going to kick us out for eventually. So make something that can be not only like made, but like tested in the time that we have. And I feel that's another aspect that people don't appreciate, that, you know, in here, you can do it all things like and all things instantly, but then it's translating, and obviously as someone in production you understand that.
Yeah, and you know, here's a tip I give, right? Because hey, I fell in that trap. I mean, I have these great grand ideas in my head, like I want to do like full on 2D anime style cinematic cutscenes in my game. I'm like, well, it's just me and a couple of people. Let's just be real. It's gonna look crap if we try to do it that way. The tip I give everyone, especially indie solo devs or small teams, is keep a track of all your costs on a weekly basis. Have a spreadsheet and just put it. Every asset you've bought, every artist you've hired, include your time. Put a money. You pay yourself a salary or whatever, right? Put that in a spreadsheet. Now you just update that, and every end of the week, look at that spreadsheet. You see, the more you spend, the more rows you're gonna get in your spreadsheet, and then tally it up. You go, oh, I've spent that amount of money. Okay, and that reminds you not to overscope. Well, at least for me, it makes sure that, hey, I'm not going to overscope here. I've spent X amount already, and I've still got all these things to do to release the game. Sometimes, that same money talks, it does work.
It will tell you some things. Yeah. It will tell you exactly where to go or where not to go. I feel that, unfortunately. But, because we're looking back, but also looking forward. And you mentioned your game coming out in April, so it's April 2026, just to clarify that. And what else are you looking forward to in 2026, either, as part of the launch plans that I'm sure you've got, or just the wider industry of game making?
I mean, one of the things that happened 3 months ago was Deadline, the Hollywood press site Deadline reached out to me, and
oh, nice.
I mentioned I was making the animated show for Astroburn. So there is an animated show in development right now, and it's going to be done in cutesy, in pixel art style. And that was my thing. I'm like, I want to see a show done in pixel art. I want to see what that's like, because no one's really done one. They've done little clips, but never a show. So we're in talks in that at the moment with some studios in Los Angeles, with some producing partners of mine. And one of the things I wanted to do was, instead of waiting for the game to come out and then make the show, I wanted to start making the show as early as possible, even while making the game. Right, because it takes a while to make a show, whether it's a TV show or a feature film. And by the time the show comes out, people may have forgotten about the game. So I wanted to make sure that we can start releasing stuff as early as possible, like do vertical content, start people engaging in that world, start people falling in love with the cat and the story, and really build a world. Because cats are memeable, right? That's the good thing about it. So you can create loads of memes from them. Is that a word, memeable? I don't know.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's in the dictionary.
I'm pretty sure, exactly. But it's very important to do that. And then there's other things also we'll grow in the studio. Oh, the other thing also I'd like to mention is, Steam is very, very overcrowded. It's a very saturated market. This is real talk now, man. Like, I did the Steam Next Fest in October, which was amazing. You know how long it took me to find my game that was in the Steam Next Fest? It took a while. When I eventually found it, like number 285 or whatever, I screenshot the hell out of that to prove that I was in there.
I was there.
Right? But it also made me think, oh my God, I have to think outside the box to get my game out there. I can't just rely on Steam and wish lists.
It's mad. You know what? And because I mentioned in the last segment that I was at a college. So I was at a college in Sunderland, and just because it's very relevant now, that and one of the things we were talking about storytelling in their games. So they needed some development on that side. But then I asked them about marketing and whether they'd done it, and that college, they hadn't done that yet. And I was saying, you guys will find out soon, because just because you made a game doesn't mean people will care about it. And that storytelling is going to help you stand out and find like your audience, your community. And it sounds like you're already on that.
Yeah, storytelling is a very good point. Like, when I say so, I'm not just talking about storytelling of the game, but the narrative of your journey as a developer.
Exactly. On both levels. Yeah.
So one of the things that I realized was that I can't just rely on Steam. And so one of the things we did was very early, when the demo came out, is we released Astroburn Tiny Paws Edition. Tiny Paws Edition. All right, keep it the cat theme. And what I wanted to do was I released it for the web. So it's an HTML5 web version, which means that you go to Crazy Games or itch.io, but it's on Crazy Games at the moment. You just click the link. No login, no sign up, no installing. A very light version of the game, which is one level. There's no boss, there's no co-op, there's no leaderboard. We stripped all that stuff and just kept it around 19 meg, right? A lot of compression with it. Yeah, a lot of compression. And we found that the metrics on the web gaming was way higher than our wish list on Steam, because Steam is a particular audience, which is the PC gaming audience, right? Like, my mum won't install Steam, right? But I give her a web link on WhatsApp. She'll go, I'll play this on my phone. Okay. And she's playing it. right? So all of a sudden, accessibility is important for your game. It's not just about those wish lists and Steam. And then the other thing I started to do was like, I need to think further than that. Why don't I just tap into a lot of esports? But what do I know about esports? So I teamed up with a company called Elo, and Elo, the founders of Elo used to run a company called Fnatic. Fnatic's the big esports company, right? And Giant X, and they love the idea of doing leaderboards, but also I remember going to Trocadero. Do you remember Trocadero in London? Right? I used to play Street Fighter in Trocadero, and there'd be hordes of people looking at the high scores. Like, who knocked me off the high score? Right?
Get me
the
back in.
3-letter initials, like
yeah.
who? And because my name is Haz, right? It's so obvious. HAZ is like, oh damn, it's me. Whereas everyone else has got like random initials. Yeah. But there's something social about that. So what we're doing is we're doing what you call the out of game experience, where we're going to run tournaments. We're going to create a Discord bot where when you play it and you connect to Discord, your high score gets updated on the Discord channel. So now you can flex your high score, flex your fast run time. I reckon Tazzy would have just smashed it on that because she just...
Yeah, I mean, we've got the evidence. Yeah.
I'm looking forward to getting that Discord integration. I'll be on that leaderboard.
Oh, you will. I can see you just topping that easily.
Yeah. Wow. You know what?
We like a notification up for if I get knocked off. And
exactly. Let me reclaim that and just get back to work. So you know what? We're gonna have to have more conversations. Also, you need to give me a masterclass on like promotion and like multimedia stuff and community building, because it sounds like you're doing like some cool things in the game itself, but around it as well. I think people can learn from.
Authenticity is very important. You need to have a voice. Like, not everyone likes social media. And believe it or not, I wasn't really a big fan of like social media so much. I was like, oh, what do I post? Like, surely the game's gonna be finished. See, the film and TV industry is very different to games. Film and TV, you can't release stuff early, right? Yeah. You gotta wait till it's done, and there's all this embargo or something. And a big AAA games similar like that. But the indie games, you can release early sketches. You can release an idea and get people on board. And I just love that. So I just went full on embrace that and just really reflected my voice in the community, saying like, yes, I'm not like a hardcore game dev. I came from like, directing and producing, but help me make the game that we all want to make. And when you have that message and you involve people and you see people at certain events say, hey, and like I remember going to the Good Game Dev, which is this really cool event set up by a guy called Harvey. Harvey's event. It's really, really cool. And it's this guy who's like, hey, you're the Space Cat guy. I'm like, oh shit, yeah, that's me.
You've reached that level.
Cool. Yeah, I'm like, I'll take that.
Yeah, cool. All right, well, we'll definitely talk more, but for now, just let people know. So this is a demo we were playing on Steam, so people can get it.
Yeah, so you can download the demo for free. Just download it, play it. Please put any reviews if you want. But also, if you don't have Steam, for those who don't have Steam, just go to crazygames.com, type in Astroburn, and it'll pop up. You can play in any browser, any phone, any tablet. So, and then what happens at the end of that web demo, it'll say, do you want to play the proper demo? Go to Steam. There's a call to action there as well.
Yeah.
But also, but of course, I'm very open. I'm on LinkedIn. I always tell everyone, go on LinkedIn. I share a lot on LinkedIn. I try to share my tips. I have my YouTube channel, Beyond the Pixels, so definitely check it out. There's a lot of tutorials on there I put on there. I try to do as much of giving back to the community, because I literally learned how to code and how to use Unreal by watching YouTube videos. So this is me now giving back. So yeah.
There we go. All right. Well, we definitely need that masterclass. So we'll be in touch. But for now, Haz, thank you for joining us. Thank you for giving us your time. And for viewers, stick around, because we'll have our first roundtable coming up shortly after a bit more behind the scenes look at the campaign photo shoot. So stick around.
this is recording. So we'll get started. I'm gonna stand over here.
Okay.
You can look at me, but to get started, if you just give me a big clap, that was a good clap.
I've done this before.
Yeah, that's a good clap.
That was actually pretty good. Yeah,
that was good, yeah.
Had a nice echo on it.
Yeah, no, like not too much backing from him. Can you tell us who you are and what you do around the video games industry?
So my name is Victoria, and I'm currently a submission manager. I'm working for ID and Xbox program, so I'm helping the indie developers to publish their game to Xbox.
My name is Ben Shaw. I am a streamer and content creator, with my aim being to work in community management and marketing within the games industry.
My name is JJ Fox. I am creative director of K9 Games, which is an early stage startup business. And we specialise in 3D platformers with a unique mix of 3D platforming elements with RPG elements, and we've got inspiration from other unlikely games as well, like The Sims. So it's like a platformer where you have to manage the playable character's needs.
Cool. And you said is it like you and the teams?
Yes. Yes, we are a small team of 4 people.
I'm an esports lecturer at Kingston College, so I work directly I'm basically teaching next generation esports, which is a new thing. Started in 2018, so I'm in my second year. I started in 2022, so it's good. And the way I got there, I'm not actually an official teacher or anything. I didn't teach training. I came from the esports industry, from being a previous professional player for Street Fighter.
What was the motivation for you wanting to work in the games industry?
So at the beginning, I want to be an author, but very quickly I want to become a journalist. It's all about storytelling. So I figured out I really do enjoy storytelling, but I'm not as creative to creating a story myself. And I'm really good at math and solving problems. So that's why I get into product management. What I'm really proud about is, without being directly become a game designer, I'm still able to support the gaming industry and supporting game studio to making great games for players all over the world, because I'm in monetizations.
My biggest motivation, the reason behind everything that I'm doing, is I needed that when I was younger. So unfortunately we didn't have a platform like YouTube or Twitch, because I'm old now, and it was something that I realized I needed. So just backtracking a little bit, the reason when I first started streaming, it was because of mental health. You know, I wanted to provide just as much as I needed that connection with people, and it just sort of blossomed from there. And I've been able to, and through that, I've sort of provided like I said, escapism. I've had people be able to be the best representation of themselves, or even me representing myself, if you will.
So I started in Street Fighter 4. I wasn't professional then, but that's when I started my love for fighting games. And then Street Fighter 5 in 2016 came out, and that's kind of where the push was able, and people were able to actually get professional contracts and teams and stuff like that. And then so from 2016, that's when I finally got the pro contract, and I was able to travel and play. The only reason I stopped is because I had a daughter. I shouldn't have stopped, but I had a daughter and I didn't really want to leave her too much because there was quite a lot of traveling.
See you later, kid.
Yeah, I kind of went that way when I could have continued. But yeah, that is essentially me, really. Former professional gamer, still connected with the fighting game scene, very much so, and now I'm teaching it in colleges.
What's the game that got you into gaming, either just personally, casually, or like professionally?
So for me, professionally, it would have been Tekken Tag Tournament 2, because I started going to tournaments around the UK playing that. I was a very avid fighting gamer when I was younger, and I played the Sega Saturn, and every single fighting game on that pretty much got cancelled. Virtua Fighter has risen from the ashes, but I had to take up Tekken in the meanwhile, and that was really integral to my life. But apart from Tekken being the utmost important game for me, me as a general gamer, I played a game called Suikoden 2, which I bought purely for the art at the time, and that game just changed my whole outlook on gaming.
The video game that got me into gaming was actually Fable 2, because Fable 2 was the first ever game I played that free play to get full 100% achievement, and so that made me realize how amazing games are, and that made me be like, oh, I want to be part of the gaming industry and just like learn how to create games to create something similar.
When I was younger, I was console gaming, and the PlayStation 2 with Bratz Rock Angels was my favorite thing to play. It was great. The colors, the fashion, all of it. It's fantastic.
What was your earliest gaming memory?
Half-Life.
Yeah, you got a good list.
I know. The reason we made it excellent.
So outside of Super Mario World, my earliest game memory I think would be playing co-op games with my friends on the Mega Drive as a kid, particularly like Streets of Rage and Golden Axe. I have so many fond memories of those games. The music, as soon as I hear the music, I flash back to those times. So I'd say those are probably like my earliest memories.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Playing Sonic on the Sega Mega Drive and Street Fighter as well, Street Fighter 2. I remember, just like playing that as a kid, and I absolutely loved it. And I think that was from then. I had every game console then, and just loved it.
Is there something specific about games that makes you happy?
I'm good at them. I'm really good at them. I think every game offers something different. I think that's what it is. Like, you can build a world, you can destroy a world, you can create crime, you can solve crime. Like, you can be whoever you want to be in a game, and then you can be nobody. And it's just, I think there's a game for everything. There's a game for every type of need. So if you don't feel like shooting somebody, you can go and build a farm. And I love that. I love the fact that you can just do anything in a game that's not possible in reality.
What's been the biggest achievement that you've had so far? Anything you've done?
Biggest achievement, I think, would be turning my hobby from Twitch streaming into an actual career. So using that, I got a job as a community manager at a company, and I really sold the fact that even though I didn't work in the gaming industry, that I'd really gotten to know the gaming community before lockdown. So going to all the different events, meeting different community managers, meeting the social media people, and kind of just getting immersed in the logistics of it all. And then going into Twitch streaming, you meet everyone who's there online. So these are people who might not manage to get to an event, but they're still your audience.
The first one that comes to mind is, so I studied game design at university for 3 years, and as someone who was told in college that they wouldn't ever be able to get to university because I've had like struggles with anxiety and things like that. That was something that I always struggled with, was being told that. And so to go to university, study game design for 3 years and graduate with a good grade, that will always be like one of my best achievements, and kind of helped me to kind of remind myself this is what I want to do.
Number one, deciding to do it, and number two, becoming an affiliate on Twitch. That's been good. So I've got a journey to go, but I'm happy with what I've achieved so far.
So I think now my current position is my biggest achievement, because I think it's amazing to work for Xbox and be there and help the developers to release. So for me, this is my biggest achievement currently, I think.
Is there advice you would give your younger self, knowing what you know now?
I would tell my younger self that whatever it is that I enjoy, put your everything into that, because you can make that a career. In some way, you can make that career if you put as much effort into that potential thing as possible.
Yeah, that's good advice. That's good advice. I mean, that's good advice for me as an adult as well.
Don't be afraid to take risks, and don't back down, and follow your passions. And if there's nowhere physically who's into the same interests as you, join some online communities.
The things you really want in life, the things that you aspire and run after, are never easy and never straightforward. Don't ever think there's one route. If one route doesn't work out, reevaluate and try something else. I would say specifically to myself, do you know what? I should take a year out, travel, do whatever, spend money, get it out of your system, and then once you come back, you're not going to uni. You're gonna get hands-on experience. You're gonna, from that year out, you're gonna figure out what you want faster, and you're gonna do it. You're gonna go and do volunteering. You're gonna go to events, talk to the people, network, and you're going to start that track of laying your foundation to your career.
Not make more mistakes, but be braver. Because I remember being super quiet when I was younger, like all the time.
So for you, what does the word gamer mean?
I hate that question as well when most people ask it, because I believe that 95% of the world is a gamer. If you play board games, if you play mobile games, if you play any kind of game, you're a gamer. I don't think you have to dedicate hours of your life to be considered a gamer. I know people that spend more time on mobile games than they ever do people that play Fortnite or stuff like that. So I think as long as there's a game that you love that makes you happy, then you're a gamer.
Someone who's determined and perseveres, because you're going to get stuck in the game and carry on. Someone who's creative, because you have to be creative. Someone who likes to explore.
Hello and welcome back to another segment of the Do I Look Like a Gamer live stream. So if you are just joining us, welcome. This is the 2025 Do I Look Like a Gamer Next One Up end of year live stream. So the Do I Look Like a Gamer campaign is all about letting future generations of diverse talent know that there is a place for them in video games, and it's all about empowering them to be an active part of shaping the future of the industry and the wider culture as well. And we do a bunch of activities, events and such over the year. But each time we end the year and the campaign with Next One Up, which is the end of year live stream specifically about bringing together video game fans, current and aspiring professionals from around the world to recap this year's campaign and also look ahead to the future of the games industry. So the Next One Up naming comes from our desire to see the games community be ready for what's next in a more diverse and inclusive future. So our focus as a brand tends to be on young and aspiring future creative talent, but we also like to call on established professionals to share their insight, so we can all be more prepared for the future of games. So I'm the co-founder, my Matter co-founder Nigel, and we're into our first roundtable of the day. So we have a collection of established video game professionals with us. We have Jarves, who is an award-winning accessibility advocate and head of communication at Happy Volcano. So welcome, Jarves. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. Every time someone says that about getting an award, I'm like,
yeah,
so
no,
weird to me.
I feel you. I got nominated for an award for. I've never been like nominated or acknowledged anywhere. I got the first award. I didn't really think much of it, but then Tazzy and Shania, who's in the background, said you should say more about that. So I might have to say more about that.
It's hard, isn't it? Because you feel like you're showing off, but then at the same time, it's like, no, I did do that. So
yeah,
I'm one of those like,
yeah,
ooh.
it did happen. I was there. yeah, but yeah. So I feel your pain basically. But yeah, so Jarves is working in marketing, community building, storytelling, and helping indie and AA games connect meaningfully with players. We also have Rochelle P, a games UX researcher and writer who explores how play and storytelling can help people connect meaningfully with their ideas. So also worked across AAA indie games, including World of Warcraft, The War Within, and the climate-focused project Waves of Jeju. And also been on our podcast earlier this year, so I might find an episode and put that in the chat. But how are you doing, Rochelle?
I'm doing super great. I mean, where I am right now, it's very cold, so just trying to stay warm.
Are you in the same place as us? Because
no, I'm in East Coast, North America.
Okay,
we got lots
cool.
of snow.
Oh, are you always colder than where we are? Huh. There you go. All right. Well, yeah, no, thank you for joining us. And we also have Dom Shaw, who is very familiar with us. I'm very familiar with. Has spent over a decade working in the games industry and its communities in roles that span events, charity, and advocacy. Is a passionate champion for neurodivergent and LGBTQIA+ communities, helping create safer, more supportive spaces within the industry through another award-winning initiatives and everyday advocacy. So, Dom, how are you doing?
Yeah, hi. I am well. Just in case, because my camera quality makes it look like I'm in like a sauna with the camera being fogged up, but it's not. It's just my camera. So in case someone's like, "Oh, he's all cozy, warm," it's like,
yes.
I understand it. But yeah, no. I think, like you say about the award aspect, I think it is one of those things. But I think when you think that others put your name forward and stuff like that, I think that's where you kind of get a bit humbled and you kind of go, I'm not alone. I'm not. People actually care. And then I'm just like, yeah. But if you've watched anything related to me in those awards, I'm literally always crying. So, I am never. What's the word? Prepared for winning an award, because every single one where someone's made a video or taken pictures, I'm just crying when I'm on stage.
Okay. I was feeling the emotion of the moment, I guess. So, yeah. Did you guys watch the Game Awards? Speaking of awards.
I
Anyone
watched
watch
half of it. I got annoyed because the best indie was shoved into the pre-show, and I was all willing to stay up and watch it because I make a big show out of this every year, and I'm really
Yeah.
excited about it. And then they did that, and I was like, I'm going to bed. I'll just watch it tomorrow. And I haven't watched it yet. I was just so irritated.
I know. Yeah, I saw that. I did. I did make some time. Sort of caught up afterwards. I think because I was at an event. But yeah, interesting. Games Awards. It's interesting.
The Jeff Awards are quite
Yeah.
interesting. I mean, I saw Shotgun Paper do that, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm gonna call it the Jeff Awards from now on. Having I've been fortunate enough to attend in person,
nice.
and I can definitely say there is a lot of scheduling in terms of what happens on it. So it's kind of, I don't know, the scheduling vibe and the very set precedents you can see in it are very much felt in person. But obviously all the game devs that get awarded and stuff should be clapped and stuff. I think for me, what I don't like is just the fact that not everyone gets even just a 1 minute speech. Like
Yeah.
you say with the pre-show, it's just when I saw the family game, Nintendo got it, I was like, oh, that's a bit odd. They get a pre-speech, and then there's awards like the esports and the game
Just gets
Vampire
wheeled off.
and all of those. They're
Yeah.
just like, oh yeah, bye.
This
And it's
happened.
like, oh, well, why can't they just even have 30 seconds just to go, thank you everyone for even considering us for 30 seconds.
Yeah, interesting. We can have a whole discussion about it. Actually, we probably will do it on our podcast at some point. But we want to thank people for joining us, and just let us know what games have made an impact on you this year. You can let us know in the chat. Welcome everyone who has been joining us live in DD. We've had Lord Paladin, Creative Genius Games as well. I feel I saw Neo Sprites in there at some point, and a lot of people from the Studio Lavocado team and community earlier on as well. If you are enjoying this live stream, we have a bunch of others. We have, for this year we've got one more, but we generally have a bunch of others. But we do have our final Games Night live stream, which is next Wednesday, the 17th of December from 7 p.m. GMT. We will be playing Gartic Phone, as we always end the year. Yeah. So Giles knows what's happening. Is the yearly event where I prove why I am not the illustrator at Maya Manor, but I do everything else. So because people ask me, do you draw? And is that no, there's a reason why. But yeah, you can also play along with us for this one. And for our podcast, make sure you check out the end of year episodes we've got. So we're wrapping up another season. We've just done, wait, did I? Yeah, I did do that. I just had to remember, did I actually post that? Yeah, I did. I edited and posted our final deep dive episode on Pinocchio. But we have some special episodes. We've got our best of episode, where I mashed together a bunch of highlights in a 2 to 3 hour, actually it's closer to 3 hour edit, with bloopers and things that didn't quite make the edit, as well as highlights. And then our wrapped episode, which is mine and Tazzie's best or favorite stories of the year. I like it, Tazzie doesn't, because I basically make her pick favorites, which she doesn't like doing. And even after many years, still doesn't like it, but I'm hoping this is the year it will finally kick in. Probably not though. But yeah, so check that out. And then we'll be on a recording break over January, and then back recording new episodes of the podcast in February 2026. So we do creator interviews, video game discussions, and deep dives into stories across pop culture. But right now, we are here with our guests to talk about, the year that has been. So, I mean, I'll start with, I'll just open this out to anyone. How has the year been for you and your work? Any highlights or challenges? I think for me, it's been, I remember in 2024, it was the whole. There was this rhyme, "Survive till 2025."
Yeah.
And I feel that didn't work because it was based on the premise that everything would just get better in 2025, and I don't think it necessarily has. So that's a learning for me to be like not necessarily waiting for things to like get better externally, and do what you can to make it work where you are with what you have. But yeah, how about anyone else?
Yeah, it's a wild time. Go on, Ro, go.
Yeah. Well, I was just gonna say I really resonate. Oh, my mic is down here. I really resonate with what you said about just doing things. I think for me, surprisingly, this was a successful year creatively, because I really started to embrace just making things and putting them out there, not waiting for things to be perfect, and just if I have an idea, just putting it together and putting it out there. I was able to participate in 5 game jams and put together some teams for at least 3 of them, some big teams, and make a game from start to finish with them. Like that was really cool. I'd never done that many back to back before. But it was all fueled by this idea of this is a creative year. Just get your work out there. Get your unique like voice and vision out there. Period.
That's awesome.
I like that. Yeah, Giles, you were going to say.
Yeah,
something.
I first of all, that's epic. That's such a cool thing to do. And it's also like brave to do, because putting your work out there when it's not polished is really hard for a lot of us who are creative. So like, good on you for doing that. Because I find that really difficult myself. Yeah, it's the industry's still on fire. We have to recognize that it's still on fire. There are still layoffs happening right up until this week. Lots of my friends are finding themselves without work, and it's horrible to see. Personally, I kind of feel guilty that I've had a good year career-wise a little bit. Like, it's hard to feel good about things when so many of my friends are in really difficult situations work-wise. So I feel like it's not, even when you do something that's gone well, it's hard to have that celebratory feel because of the general state of the industry.
But you know what I will say, just so cut you, is that because I know that feeling. I think for like sometimes when I look at things, I feel, I don't know if anyone else feels this, like you also need to see people succeed, because I feel I need to know that this can still be done, because if like literally everyone is being taken out, then there's no industry. So we need some people to show, okay, this is still possible. So there's that aspect to it.
Yeah, I didn't think of that, to be honest, but yeah, that's a different side to look at. I think I need to focus on that a bit more. But personally, like I went from a publishing position. I was working at Raw Fury at the beginning of the year to the dev side, which is something I'd wanted to do for a really long time. And I love being on the dev side. I'm in a really small team. There's only 11 of us, plus some interns that work with us and a couple of contractors. But I'm finally writing on a game as well, cool. Which is something I've always wanted to do. So yeah, I'm creatively really fulfilled right now. I'm getting to write on our current project, Modulus, and I'm writing all the lore for our next project. And I'm also doing a lot in my spare time, accessibility-wise, because it's not my job title, so we didn't mention it earlier, but in my spare time, I do a lot of advocacy work for getting more disabled and neurodiverse people into the industry, because I believe that true representation can't happen without authentic stories being told, and they can only be authentic if the people who they're written about actually tell the stories. So, and that's been really good this year, actually. Like getting the award was part of it, but the more I'm visible, like the more I do things like this, the more I can talk about that, the more it helps get other people in the industry. So I've worked really hard on doing as many events as I can this year, to try and leave the door open behind me to help other people get in, is what I'm trying to do.
Cool. No, I like that. I like that aspect of it. I think it is important because we're seeing like challenges in industry and just like existential stuff, that it is actually important for, we say like future generations of diverse talent, and on some ways, like when I talk to people about it, it's like, oh, that's such a nice thing you're doing, and I guess it is, but that's not the that's not necessarily the point. The point is, as an industry, we need the talent. So it's actually just a practical thing. you need the talent, and if it's not there, we all suffer for it. So there's, it's good to be that, leave the door open and show people the way. So yeah, no, that's positive. So how about yourself, Dom? How are things with you?
I mean, I've got to be careful how I say this.
I know you've had it. You've come through some
careful
challenges.
for multiple things, but I think like the industry being on fire is something that I think anyone who knows me knows I'm being very honest and blunt about. My own kind of career is an interesting one because similar, I was one place and now I'm in another, but in another really positive way. But I think one of the biggest lessons I've learned is just have the right people around you, because that's not to say that you can't help everyone. You can't, like, my philosophy, my mantra is a bit if anyone's played Kingdom Hearts series, there's a pivotal scene where Sora saves Aqua from 10 to 15 years of darkness, and I always use that scene as my mantra to be like, always reach out and help people and always leave the hand out there, even if it takes so long. A helping hand is always there, and I think this year has shown me that that mantra is absolutely vital, and the people you have around you makes so much difference. Since I'd probably say since September, I've just generally had some of the best months of my life, but that's also allowed me to really try and look at how to share that joy with people as much as possible. So in a similar sense, I've been going places to see how I can help people, whether they're juniors, whether they're just in the middle of their career or older. I think for me, intersectionality, representation and all this are just such important and vital matters. And obviously I want to make sure I don't go too long because I could spend all day on this, but I think that intersectionality of ensuring juniors are in, people have career progression, people have career sideways and can really thrive in this industry and feel empowered. Those are all vital, and I think there's a lot of toxicity and corruption that's preventing that. And in my current career trajectory, it's kind of like I get to continue doing that without any red tape. So like I'm some of my roles currently, I'm the event officer for the IWGB Game Workers Union, so helping people discover their workers' rights, or helping the elected committee team push for greater representation and or rights for certain employers. Or a recent venture that's just started that I get to do with Joel, this is the UK Games Industry Shadow Committee, which sounds like evil, but I promise you, it's like Shadow the Hedgehog. It's very
we're just emo.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm okay with that because when you look at my music list, you'll see like a mixture of pop and musicals, and then you'll get the metal and alternative. So I'm okay with that. But so all of these kind of ventures to really support people. But then there's also been some things that are really, as a personal level, been resonant. I'm learning how to develop my voice acting skills because I really want to look into going into and voicing characters, and hopefully as well this year or end of last year I got my first game credit in Monument Valley 3. So that creative side of things as well, I'm also exploring. So I'm very much like a person that will say you can still help those around you, and you can still help yourself. And I think surrounding yourself with the right people allows you to help even more people, and intersectionality of all cases. Because again, being a hot pot of neurodiversity, I will always be like waving that flag, but also, I'm certain. Again, another thing you'll certainly see from me is I'm a very, very campy / queer person. So love is another big thing that I always push. So any media or content that promotes LGBTQ plus values and shows that actually we can all have our own loves is another big factor of mine. So any like there's been some really good content that's come out from the indie scene from that perspective as well. So continue that and bring all these joys and stories to life, because I want to either be a part of them or be like, you should totally play this or totally watch this, you know.
Okay. And just to shout out Sally in the chat, said survived 25 but fixed 26.
Yes, Sally.
Yeah. I needed something that rhymes, and I was like positive. So thank you, Sally, for that.
Legend.
And yeah, so as we've had in our previous segments, because we try and make this quite a global thing and try and get people from different parts of the world. And Rochelle, you are in a different part of the world, and I was interested to ask, like, what is it like where you are? So what was the gaming industry culture? I mean, we get a lot of reports, but you're there. But also, what do you make of like gaming culture here? Do you see much of like British games? Does it not travel? I get the impression it doesn't travel over there, or it gets blocked at the at immigration. But tell us, what does what does it look like where you are, and what do you get a sense of like for where we are?
Yeah. Well, so being in North America, being in the United States / Canada sometimes, I mean, I am so entrenched in what's happening here. It almost feels kind of like a ground zero in a sense. And I'm glad you mentioned kind of getting that global perspective, because that's something that I would love to get more of and understand how people are faring. I'm on LinkedIn a lot, so I get to see a lot of folks talking about their experiences. In the UK, in Africa, a lot I'm seeing more and more of. And while I acknowledge this big elephant in the room of the layoffs that are still happening, over, 11,000 people out of jobs and stuff, I'm still seeing little pockets of hope cropping up. Specifically in my neck of the woods, I was going to talk about this later, but what I'm seeing a lot of is how community and mutual aid is kind of like sprouting up in these really strong underground resistance movements. So to the person who said fix 26, I think we're seeing the stirrings of how we can fix 26 this year. I've seen so many schemes of like hiring schemes where there's one called Hidden Gem, where you have people join a server, the employers come in there and they're able to interact with people organically. So it's not like a flock at resume applications and hope for the best. I'm seeing indie studios forming left and right. And even starting from like accomplished groups of people who are just game jamming together. And then they're like, hey, we're pretty good at this. Let's do another game jam. Let's do another. I mentioned that I did some of that earlier. And that's where I really started to see, like, I would join a jam and I'm seeing familiar faces and I'm like, oh, y'all are coordinated. Y'all are working together. And they're just rolling through all these projects, and then they're coming up as their own studios. I'm seeing a lot of rev share agreements in place, and I'm seeing a lot of bartering services for each other's projects to get them off the ground. And I'm just seeing so much hope that is still sustaining me, even amidst all of the grief that exists in the industry now. And to me, I think it's still inspiring. And to me, I still see people helping juniors, like the work that Dom does. I still see people turning around to lift and elevate neurodivergent players and devs, and just everyone's trying to chip in. So I'm very encouraged by what I see people doing, and that is turning around and helping each other.
Yeah.
So nice. That's lovely.
Yeah. No, it was really good. I like the positivity of it. And I feel I was at a panel, I was moderating a panel yesterday, day before. I don't know how time
What
was.
is time?
Yeah, it's Thursday. Yeah, it was Thursday. It was that,
You were saying that was the name of the panel then?
No, no, I'm not like forgetting something, because even someone at that event said, "Oh, I saw you at this event." I clean forgot, like I did this thing earlier this year. And maybe it's just my memory actually is just slow. This is the point in my life where my memory just slowly fades. But on this panel that I definitely was at, someone made a really good point. Actually, someone from the US as well. And to sort of like paraphrase, they were saying how the existing like order of things, like in games we're expecting like AAA and things to filter down from there, is no longer, we can no longer depend on that. And then the opportunity, so it's like a positive point being made, the opportunity is that like we know we can go and make something, like you've talked about, Rosho, we know we can go and make something. I feel I was, as we do this campaign and as a brand working with like young people, aspiring developers, and often get the question like, how do you start, whether you're doing, whether it's our comics or like just games event. And I always feel like I don't have a great answer, just like do something, because that's literally what we did. We did something and then figured it out along the way. I'm not saying that's great career advice, but the fact that we could just make something. And I think I can't remember if it was Jarves or Ro that says something about services, like, oh, you're bartering for services and things like that. I feel that's something we're going to have to learn to get back to, almost, is rather than like waiting for someone to pass something down. It's the what can I do and how can I exchange like value, monetary or otherwise, for this to build something up.
Yeah, and I think that exists like across all disciplines, and it really is a case of like, if you want to do something, do it. Like that, you find a way of doing it. Like people that know me know that I actually didn't start in games. I was a teacher first, and
I just learned
because of the disability that progressed to a point where I use a wheelchair, I couldn't teach drama anymore. So I left teaching at 28 and had to find a new career. Didn't have like any experience in anything else. And I knew that games was the only thing I cared about. So I forced my way in by volunteering and getting experience by just like finding where people needed communities built and building them for them.
By doing.
Doing, like finding what I was good at, finding a way to contribute it. And then I got a reference out of that voluntary work that got me my first paid position. And you can do that with pretty much any discipline, like game jams, or offering to help small studios that are starting up and do a rev share instead of taking a salary up front. Like, it's not ideal. Like, people obviously want to be paid for their time, but equally, if you want to do it, you can do it. You can find a way. And I think like one thing that people talk about a lot is like toxicity in the industry and people that are rubbish. What's not talked about enough is how freaking wonderful the industry is to each other. Like, particularly indie, I don't have as much experience with AAA, but within the indie community, everybody wants to see everybody succeed. Like, I don't know any developer that doesn't want another developer to do well. Like, it's so wholesome. Everybody really looks out for each other. You only have to look on LinkedIn to see people recommending other people for positions and like shouting other people out, and like it's just so wholesome. And there are so many Discord communities that are just developer focused, that are there uplifting each other and celebrating each other's work and sharing it on socials, and everyone's just so positive and lovely and they want you to succeed. And I don't think that's talked about enough. I think you hear a lot about negativity and you don't hear about how championing everybody is of each other. Like, you know, and the same with like the global aspect of things. Johan Torresson, who's the head scout at Raw Fury, he goes out a lot to different parts of the world to look at different projects that are going on, and he recently posted on LinkedIn about how there's such an amazing indie scene going on in Thailand right now, and more people need to know about it because they don't have the reach and the like noise that we have in America has, but they've got an amazing indie scene going on over there. And I think work that people like himself do, where they are able to go into different countries and see what's going on and work with developers, is so important right now, because it shows that there's talent all over the world. And that's exciting from a developer side of view, but it's also exciting from a gamer side of view to start getting different perspectives in our games and different stories from different cultures and enriching the whole gaming sort of ecosphere through lived experiences in different places. I think that's so exciting and positive. So yeah, there's lots of opportunity to be had, I think.
No, I get that.
100%.
And
Definitely, like, I think what I feel, I don't know whether this is more of a British thing, but I think, like, British people can moan and then about a lot of things. So I think in the UK scene that does come up, but I think my perspective is always to acknowledge, because there are so much people that will just smoke a mirror and, you know, push things to the side, and I feel there's got to be some acknowledgement. There's got to be some stuff. But as you say, Jarvis, there's so much magic in games. There's so much energy. I mean, your own advocacy is amazing, and you know, I feel quite honoured actually, like to see. Like, it's a weird one because it's like I've seen how, like you say, you started off just knocking some doors, and now you're all over the place, and being able to see someone's journey like that across different fields, different countries, is a truly magical thing. And I think that's absolutely needs more, like that uplifting and championing of people. I think it's so much easier to talk about the negatives. And there, although, like I say, there's a place, I definitely think there's a bigger place for that magic, because that's why we all do this, because we want that magic. We want to carry on this hype train, and make it even better, you know. And I absolutely, you know, like, I believe in that wholeheartedly approach. And there's so many, I mean, again, like, there's so many amazing things. It's like, another kind of amazing advocate that I've seen recently around accessibility is Megan Matthews, who I had the pleasure of mentoring for a part of a program called Limit Break. And just seeing Megan kind of blow into the scene and become like a really known, not only game designer, but also accessibility advocate, and just generally sharing and being involved in the community. Like, moments like that just like make me want to do more of this work, and just of it. And I want to shout out, there's so many more people shouting out.
Yes.
Like, again,
There are more,
time.
yeah.
So maybe I'm thinking like we need like I know it's a common thing to say, but maybe shout out Mondays, but your own like personal schedule where you just like shout out people within your network or something. Something I'm thinking, like, and part of me is like, I don't really want to use social media too much, but I also want to do more shout outs.
Yeah, use it in a positive way.
But at the same time, I think that's where kind of, yeah, I think the biggest underlay is talking about awards today. But this year, I because of people like nominate me, I made it a mission of mine to nominate loads of people for different things, including you.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. Yeah, you're the reason I got nominated for anything.
And I just think, like, I think that's really given me a wholehearted approach. Not only does it make me think, like, damn, writing like things like in a lot of, like, writing many things across many things makes me appreciate writers even more, because it's like, God, this is so much brain power. But also it's like, just being able to actually send this stuff and then actually see, like, organisers actually go, oh, you've actually got a point there. Let's put this person in the shortlist. It's been so lovely to see various people, like, get that opportunity. I got another friend who started her own indie called Robin Milton, who's made Fairer Games and is making this amazing historical game called Brewsters, which is all about how women actually started crafting beers as the foundation of that industry. And I'll let maybe I'll find, I don't know, maybe there's a way to, like, just type up Fairer Games and you'll see more about it. But yeah,
we'll put it in the chat if you.
There's just so many good things happening, bubbling up, and I think on that point it's just uplift as much of it and just be acknowledging some of the bad bits, but instead of like letting it drag you down, just
be the
fly
positive
up
force.
And pull up all this positivity.
Yeah, and I feel like you get more of what you focus on, right? So it's that mindset. as well.
Yeah, and I think like what Dom said there is really accurate, that there are so many different like award shows and recognition moments throughout the year. Nominate the people who you see making a difference. Like I put a downer on the Game Awards because for me the Game Awards is more of a marketing show than it is an award show these days.
Very good at that.
But there are things like 6-1 Indie who do the Indie Awards. That was in its first year last year. They were doing their second year. I think it's the 18th this week. The Debug Awards is an Indie award show. The BAFTA Video Game Show Awards is actually decent and all about the people who make games, not about showing off trailers and charging money for it, Jeff. But those sorts of things, like nominate the people you know are doing things. Like Sally's in chat right now, and she knows this because I told her. But I nominated Sally for the Progression Award, which is the one that I won this year, and I was like literally mind blown that I was nominated. And the fact that I was nominated in a category with someone like Sally was enough of an award for me. Like that in itself was amazing, because Sally was one of those people that when I wanted to break into games, she was a woman kicking ass in games that I looked at and was like, I want to be like her. Like if she can do it, then I've got to find a way for me to do this too. And she was like an inspiration for me. And I think like doing everything you can to nominate those people that shine, and is another way to make this industry more positive, is just like helping people realize how badass they are, because we're not all very good at that. And a lot of us are neurodivergent, and a lot of us have like rejection sensitivity disorder, and like we're not very good at taking compliments, and we don't realize how much what we do affects other people. So nominating those people for things and showing them you care and showing them how much you admire them, that makes a huge difference to people. And it's not about having a trophy, it's about your peers showing you how much what you do matters. So do that for as many of your peers as you can, guys. Like put them up on those pedestals they deserve to be on.
Yeah,
and
I like that.
If I can add to that, for those of you who are in industry and you use something wonderful called Workday, you can actually leave like feedback about your peers that you've worked with in your immediate department and other departments, and that'll show up like whenever you do your annual performance review or something.
Oh, cool.
It's something I learned when I was in doing that. So but yeah, the recognition piece of your peers is super important. And I think that combination with kind of pursuing visibility of yourself and others around you who are doing the work that you want to see, I think that's this really powerful mix that's happening a lot this year that I've been seeing, because it just speaks to everyone becomes an advocate for each other. When we can feel confident to tell our stories, even if they're imperfectly, we're putting our perspectives out there, and then when we're uplifting those around us by nominating them for awards, just giving them great words of advice, becoming references for them, leaving feedback in Workday or even on LinkedIn, those recommendations you can do on their profiles. Like, you're so right, that just helps. It's work that we can do to support each other and be each other's advocate. That's awesome.
Yeah, and to borrow a tip from Tazzy is leaving fire emojis on people's social media posts. Just throw that in there as well. But no, that was really good. I think I was worried because
like adding the emoji to the post, or
I think in the comment underneath the because in first comment fire emoji.
Like, reactions are technically emojis symbolized, but also the commenting of emojis also plays.
You've gone way beyond my social media knowledge, Dom. Or there you go. Thank you, Tazzy. Put it in the chat.
It's the technicality. My brain is just like so literal. It's like I need to do this.
But no, that was really good insight from everyone. I was a bit worried when looking at the year, because it has been a challenging year, but I think you've all shown the value of sort of focus on acknowledging the realities of where we are, but then focus on the positives in order to get out and progress to something a bit better. So yeah, thank you for that. So we're going to wrap up this roundtable. We've got another roundtable coming, looking more future focused, but just a quick word from everyone, just one quick personal tip for you, lesson from this year that you're taking forward into next year. Rochelle, do you want to start?
Sure. So I didn't mention this a lot, but in addition to being a UX researcher, writer. I'm also a death doula, and I'm working on launching something that kind of combines that passion of like death care and grief work with games. And so I'm really excited to bring that to folks. But um, the point of it is to really help people find a medium to talk about grief. And grief is something that comes in many forms. There's many things that you can grieve, and they're all valid. And I think from this year, just really embracing that there's many things that a person can grieve, and it's okay to grieve. And a lot of times there's transformation, there's change when you allow yourself to grieve. One thing we all have in common is just the sweeping layoffs and the loss of jobs, connections, projects, cancellations. And there's a grief that comes with that. That's very valid. And I think when people allow themselves to really think through that, you can have a personal breakthrough that might surprise you. It might, you might realize that you do have that grit to keep going. So I want people to remember who they are. You know, you're not a role, you are you. And you bring magic to any role that you're going to take. And so just embracing that. And some industry lessons, if I can, is that there's power in community. And not only for, you know, networking yourself, or if you have a game, or if you have a group or something you're trying to get out there, don't sleep on the power of community. A lot of discoverability this year has been so successful because people invested in connecting. You want to increase your surface area for connection. No matter, it doesn't matter what your goal is, you want to get in front of people. So having connections really helps. Reaching out, talking to folks, uplifting other people, and not being afraid to lean into building communities and really nurturing communities, not just blasting at people, but creating interactivity there. Yeah.
Okay. Dom, a quick word from you and just personal lesson you're taking forward into 2026.
I mean, those lessons just there are very resonant with me already. For reasons I can't talk about right now because of the time limit. But I think what I'd like to add is just always consider like intersectionality and privilege, in the sense of like everyone has privileges, everyone has different aspects to them, but we're all human and we can all help each other. So instead of going, oh, I can get away with this and do this, said like think like, you know, like look at me, I escape a lot of like abuse and stuff when it comes to LGBTQ plus because I look like a standard cis man, but then you spend 5 minutes with me and you're like, oh my god, he's the campest person in the world, and then I'm like, I also like guys, and it's like, oh my god. So it's like, instead of going, oh, I'm just going to use this for myself, use those things to empower others, uplift other people, be the change that you want for other people, because like mentioned already, it can do wonders for people and truly make some magic. And generally that magic is just so much better to live with. You know, the amount of stories we have, like Transformers, One Piece, Sonic the Hedgehog, all of these different mediums and stuff, let's not just make them the stories we love, let's make those lessons live in the moments that we experience and enjoy. So yeah, intersectionality, uplift people, and just have fun, because honestly, like we have like this roundtables about the past, but the past doesn't need to drag us down. The past can uplift our futures if we grab it with both hands and embrace it.
Cool. There we go. No, thank you for that. And Giles, do you want to close us out? What are you taking forward?
I'm very similar, really, in that like community in indie games has like kept me going, like all together. I think, and that's not networking, because although they're my peers, they're my friends. Like I started a Discord server called Dev Social couple years ago now, during GDC, because GDC is not very accessible. A lot of us can't afford to go all the way to America, and even if we could, our physical, like my disability would stop me being able to do it. So I wanted to create a space that was like people could network and have fun and get to know each other and have silly game nights and kind of take that place of like the pub discussion that people get when they go to these events that you don't always get if you don't physically go to them. But actually, it just turned into a group of people that are now like some of my best friends.
Cool.
And that's because we're all nerds. We all love video games. Most of us also love sci-fi and other things that are equally as nerdy. And those friendships mean more to me than any peer-to-peer connection that could get me a job could do. You know, like those friendships mean everything to me. But you damn right that I'm going to promote the hell out of whatever those people make. Like I believe in them. I love them. I'm going to shout from the hilltops everything they do. Scott, who is the guy that runs Hilltop Studios, they made Lil Guardsman, has become like my absolute best friend. I love him to bits. The next game they work on, I will work my butt off to help sell that for free because I love him. So, you know, like those friendships mean more than networking, but they also, if you love someone, you will help them, you know, you will lift them up and champion them when they're doing things. So join communities, not for networking, but for connection, for getting to know people like you, for being part of this industry as more than just a job, because the people in it are pretty heckin' awesome. So
cool. There we go. Wow, thank you all for that. So that brings to an end our first roundtable, but stick around. We have our final gameplay interview of the live stream and also one more roundtable to round things off. But thank you all for joining us, and thank you, chat, for chiming in with quotables as well. So,
thanks for having us.
Yeah, no worries. Otherwise, it'll just be me talking on this, and we can't have that. So, appreciate you all. So, we'll be back, but we've got more video from some behind the scenes of this year's and past. I can't remember what's going on next, but some past photo shoots from the campaign. So, stick around.
57%. More? Okay.
The second one was fine, but
oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Actually, before I get it to you, if you can give me like a massive clap.
That wasn't massive.
It was an okay clap. We can go from that. There we go. Should have led with that.
Yeah, sorry. It's pressure on.
So can you tell us just who you are and what you do around the games industry and culture?
I am Miyuki Panda, or Cheryl, and I do content creation around racing games, a little bit of variety here and there, because I can't stick to one thing really, but it's mostly racing games, Formula 1 and stuff like that.
My name is Sarah. I am Workplace Experience Manager at Uplift Games. This is my 4th year in the games industry. My role at Uplift is to look after projects that contribute to happiness and connection. And we're like a remote first studio, so that involves virtual socials and occasional in-person meetups, as well as initiatives that help people feel seen and help us find ways to get to know each other better and communicate, which is really important to the collaboration we do as a studio.
So I am a owner and CEO of a gaming company called Community Versus. What we do is we give people skills and experiences through different esports projects, and I pretty much help people get their portfolios ready by giving them options in the IT, gaming and creative media spaces.
My name is Ben, or Ready Set Ben. I'm a content creator over on Twitch.tv and many other platforms. And I advocate for not only queer issues, but anything in diversity and inclusion, and make sure it's a safer space for people looking for some sort of solace in an online world where they can't find it outside of that.
I'm Coco, also known as Calling Me Coco, and I'm a content creator.
So basically, literally just yesterday, we registered our business. It's called I Made This, and it's for our card game called Creator Clash. The idea came around about a year and a half ago, and then it was kind of dropped a little bit, and then we, for fun, started making some playing cards. And we were like, this is actually quite cool. So we just made an entire card game.
What was your biggest motivation for wanting to work in an area of games?
Yeah, that's a great question. That's pretty much one of the reasons why I started my company, was because I'm a person who has a lot of passion, has a lot of enthusiasm for the games industry, but I was pretty much being knocked back by the fact that I had gone to get the qualifications, but a lot of people say I wasn't skilled enough. So that reasoning being so, I was like, okay, well, if there's a problem between people who are going to university, they are going to college, they actually are going to get the education behind it, but they don't have the experience, let me actually provide the experience for them, so then that bridges the gap between, you know, people actually able to, like myself, actually able to get into the games industry.
When I was younger, age around 14, I joined BAFTA Young Game Designer Award and I won Game Concept. And that made me, and people really enjoyed my narrative with the concept, and made me realize, oh, okay, so I can write stories for games. And ever since then I've been, pushing and learning how to, I've been creating how to create narrative in games. And how to intertwine mechanics with narrative and storytelling.
When I was younger, I was console gaming, and the PlayStation 2 with Bratz Rock Angels was my favorite thing to play. It was great. The colors, the fashion, all of it. It's fantastic.
My background is actually military. I joined the military when I was 15 and I came out at 19, but throughout that I was playing a lot of Call of Duty. And essentially I came out wanting to continue doing community, speaking to people, intelligence. Basically switched over to community side of things with Call of Duty, and then working with Xbox, and that's how my career kind of snowballed from there.
Wow, learn something new every day. Didn't even know that. What's the game that got you into gaming, either just casually or what you do now?
Pokemon Yellow. Yeah, I remember my earliest memory, I think, is of me sitting on my dad's lap and just running around on Pokemon Yellow, and then losing a Pokemon battle, getting upset, and then handing it to my dad.
You fix this.
Basically, yeah. I was like, I broke it. Help.
I remember my dad played Lara Croft, the first Lara Croft, when I was a kid. I was so young. And I don't really remember much of my life, because my memory is awful, but I remember sitting with my dad playing Tomb Raider, and I was like, wow, this looks amazing.
So for me, the games that really got me into gaming actually have them with me. So Sonic the Hedgehog, this Sonic 1, Sonic 2, Sonic 3, and Sonic and Knuckles. I don't actually have Sonic 1 with me, I don't know what happened to that. But growing up with those games, and loving music, loving, watching TV videos, and having a joint combination of those mediums for me as a kid was really inspiring. And I just remember playing those games all day long on Sonic and other stuff like that. So.
Civilization. I like strategy games.
Oh, no, I like that. What do you like about strategy games?
It's actually really applicable for real life problem too, because every day we're solving problem, especially the area that I'm in is product management. It's all about problem solving. So that's why.
Hello, welcome back everyone. We are on our next and final gameplay interview of the live stream. So I haven't been playing anything, but Tazzy has been playing games while we speak to the makers of those games. So if you are just joining us, this is the Next One Up end of year live stream for the Do I Look Like a Gamer video game representation campaign. So we launched the campaign so that future generations of talent will know that there's a place for them in video games. So it's all about empowering them to be an active part of shaping the future of the games industry. And each year we end the campaign with our Next One Up end of year live stream, which is about bringing together video game fans, aspiring professionals and current professionals as well from around the world to recap the year's campaign and also look ahead to the future of the games industry. And I am the My Matter co-founder, Nigel, and we are into, like I said, our final gameplay interview segment of the day, and we are joined by Nerys Wint. Nerys, how's it going?
Hey, yeah, not too bad, thanks. All good.
Cool. Yeah, no, thanks for joining us. So Nerys is a games producer whose journey through the industry has taken her from QA to leading creative teams. She's worked across major studios, including PlayStation Liverpool, Playground Games, and building experiences across console, mobile, and everything else in between. As of now, through her own studio, Miami Avalon, Nerys is focused on collaborative development and people-first leadership, creating spaces where great games and great teams can grow. So thank you for joining us and showing us your great game as well. Well, we'll put that on stream in just a moment. Do you want to, before we get into showing the game, do you want to just give us a quick kind of what is the game we're about to see? What are you working on? What stage are you at with it?
Yeah, sure. So Ascend's been in development for about 4 years now. It's a Zodiac puzzle game. So inspired by a lot of the PlayStation 2 classics like Jak and Daxter, old school Tomb Raider as well. But yeah, we wanted to make a game that's got a really strong narrative, but also really cool puzzles as well, especially with like the sort of games that we grew up with. It's out now as well, so you can buy it, but you can also play the demo for free. Yeah. I think we'll probably showcase like what some of the demos like with what we'll show a little bit later on. But yeah, we've made it as a small team as well. I think we've done like a really great job. It's out on Steam at the moment as well. But yeah, it's been really exciting building it.
Nice. Yeah, because we met when you were in a previous role and then seen the journey of this since then. So we'll put it on stream now. And Tazzy's already started it. So Tazzy, just tell us where are you and what are you doing at the moment? What's happening?
Yeah, so I thought I'd start up just so I can get used to like controls and stuff, because I'm not used to playing keyboard and mouse. So I've just got to the first puzzle and I've collected some flowers, this is Aries sign, so I've got a clue here. A dream of flowers, small and sweet, just like my horns, and all held so neat. And I do have some stuff in my inventory, so I think it's the coronation, so I'm gonna pop that there. Oh, it doesn't seem right. I've got the wrong one. Okay.
Cool. All right. While you figure that out, we'll dig more into like the behind the scenes. And what I'd be interested to know, Nerys, is like the transition, because we spoke to Haz earlier about who has worked on large projects and is now working on his own thing. You've also worked on large projects and now working on your own thing. What's the difference in that transition, other than obviously like the I don't know how big the team was, but massive teams and finances, but what do you feel like the biggest difference that you've personally experienced now you've got your game out?
Yeah, I think how you work with people and like the different ways you can work with like different like disciplines, because I think when you're on an indie team there's a lot of people who take up like a lot of different roles, but that isn't just, for example, making a 3D mesh. It might be more than that. It might be doing like the technical side of things as well. And I think we've all had to play like different roles of the team, but sometimes multiple ones. And I think when you're in, big studios, you kind of just stick to the same role. And I think it helps you like learn a lot more about game development, but also how to work as a team as well. And it's really cool. So I was going to say, obviously, first thing is like budget, and it's a lot of a smaller team as well. But it's also quite nice because it's quite, I'll say, cozier as well. And you feel a lot more connected to your teammates as well. So, and I think you have more of a say as well. I think if you work on a really big team or a really big game, it's quite hard to kind of like have that.
Yeah. And how would you describe the term indie? Because I've seen like there's controversy over it. Like what does it count as indie? Where's the line? What is the definition of indie?
Oh my god, you put me right on the spot there, Nigel.
Yeah.
I don't know, it's a hard one, isn't it? I
think,
it
is, yeah. That's why I'm curious.
I do think indie's like a hard thing to nail down now, because I think it's changed so much over the past couple of years. I'd probably even say like 10 years now. I think for me, what we're doing, I'd probably say we're like a micro indie studio, because we fund ourselves. We are quite a small team as well. Like we bring people on and off like whenever we can.
Yeah.
Indie, I think, just kind of just means like you're making it. You don't have a publisher. You've got your own creative direction as well with no one kind of inputting into it. I think it does mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. So, but I don't know how you nail that down. I think that's quite hard. I think it depends on what kind of games you play and what you see as indie.
Indie, yeah,
So,
yeah. Yeah, because my impression from like hearing the discussions, it's like it's a feeling. You know it when you when you feel it. And we're seeing Ascend. Can you just talk us through like how the game plays and what I don't like thinking about your inspiration behind this particular type of game.
Yeah.
And also, if you want to give Tazzy any tips on that puzzle.
Yeah, sure. You want to go left, right here into. Yeah, there we go. If you go up that way, if you if you press number 2 as well, you'll go to Twilight.
So look at the benefits of getting a developer.
There we go.
Who needs a YouTube tutorial? Just get a developer in and just tell you how to do it.
Okay, anytime I see people streaming, I'm always like, oh my god, there's a bug there. There's a bug there, all the time. I forgot the question. Sorry.
Do you want to tell us like how the game plays? Like what type of game is it, and what makes it stand out?
Yeah, so my partner actually gives like a very good description of Ascend. Like it's a team biscuits game, it's a cozy game, and I think not cozy in the sense of I guess like farming simulators, and I know that the kind of sometimes don't really have like many like complex puzzles and such, but I think we're very much a game that you play on Sunday. You play it for about an hour, and then you can like put the pad down and kind of come back to it later. It's inspired by a lot of like classic PS2 games. So, I think a lot of games these days that give you like a lot of direction on where to go. Try to kind of pull back on that and go, right, you're in this environment, you're in this area, deal with it and figure it out. And I think we've had to really weigh up how we kind of point the player in certain directions. And I think we've done some good jobs on that. And we've learned a ton from it as well. So it's quite hard to balance that. But just try to pull from a lot of like some of my favourite games, to be honest. Final Fantasy X was a very like a good reference for like some of the puzzles as well.
Okay, I like that. I saw an Instagram post actually like yesterday, and it made a point about like games. I think it was saying like games in the 90s like trained the kids there, and games today are training the kids today. Whereas in the 90s, you didn't have as much guidance. You had to figure it out. Like there wasn't the idea of like quick save or like save points. So it was a lot of patience, resilience, delayed gratification, and that like trained a generation. And it was saying like today is like you're guided. It's games don't end, so you got a lot of endless games, and it's teaching that like to get you on the hook for that, and you're kind of seeing it in some of the generation. I don't know how much of it is the games, but it was a interesting point being made. So you said the game is out, and I know you've shown it at different events because we've run into you at different events, and similar to like some of Haz's feedback in terms of him having to change things. What's been the biggest lesson you've had to learn from sharing your work with people you don't know?
I think it was who we wanted the game to be marketed to, because we took Ascend really early on, like prototype wise. To events like super early just to try and get some feedback on it. And what we found was like kids would play it, really enjoy it, so would adults as well. And I know normally with games you have to kind of look at your target audience of like their age range, but we kind of went for like what type of players do we want to go for. And when we kind of like had that from different events, we just started bringing people over that matched our target audience in that way. And I think we learnt a ton from that, because I think otherwise we would have probably gatekeepered the game to a certain audience. And
so
it's
being
really
a bit
nice.
flexible with that.
Yeah, 100%. And I think we focused a lot on one of the puzzles. It was the Leo puzzle. And we got tons of feedback with that. And that really helped shape the rest of the game and the rest of the puzzles as well.
Okay.
So that was really cool.
Yeah. And how are you doing with those puzzles, Tazzy?
I think I'm stuck.
If you go up to the statue, the one that's glowing, if you go in Twilight, if you press 2, something might happen.
What's the Twilight mechanic here?
Yeah, so we've got something called a Star Weaver. Oh, I think you might need to pick something up. It's down near the stairs in the middle. Yeah, just there.
Oh, I have to pick the. Okay, I didn't realise I've picked
Yeah.
that up.
Yeah, so we've got something called a Star Weaver, and you basically switch between daylight, twilight, and dusk. And you use that to change the puzzles. So we use daytime to power up objects, we use twilight to kind of show some of the shiny things that you can activate, and then dusk is where you see some of the NPCs walking around that give you hints, or there might be like hidden pathways as well.
That is cool. That is cool. And thinking about, so again, I keep making reference to like our work with like workshops and young people. One of the impressions I always get is, you know, if you're in college or university now, you've got like this idea of working for big studios. I feel that still holds, and not necessarily knowing the opportunities that might exist in, you know, making your own game or teaming up with people or joining like smaller studios. Like, what, as we look ahead to 2026, what advice would you give to aspiring developers that might be thinking AAA is where it's at? Like, where would you like guide them, or have
I
them
would
think
say, yeah, I would say like if you do want to go to AAA, like that's really cool, but still like learn how to make your own games in your spare time and still team up with people, because those skills that you learn are invaluable. And the first game that we made was Pandora: Chains of Chaos, and I'll always say that got me like my proper foot in the door, because I learned so many skills on that project and learned how to work with a team. So I learned how to be a producer really, and it taught me so many things that sometimes I don't think AAA studios can even teach, because you're learning really fast but also on the fly as well.
Yeah.
And you fail fast and you fail quick, do you know what I mean? So you can quickly just like just learn as fast as possible really. I think it's good. So yeah, just make stuff, even like think of a feature for one of your favorite AAA games, whether that might be, I don't know, an interaction system, for example, like how to open doors. Focus on making that and then build it out, because I went way too big and tried to make a whole RPG.
Scope. There you go.
Yeah. Still learning about that at the moment.
Yeah.
My team have told me off now. But yeah, I think like keep it really small, keep it to like a small feature, and then just keep building and keep making games, keep learning from it.
I like that. No, I like that making thing. I think, and you know, be one for. I mean, we talked about it on the podcast, like the whole AI debate. So, don't necessarily need to get it into here. But I think one of the things that's made me aware of is the value of knowing how things work and how to make things. I think it might not be apparent right now where we are, but I think that will become very valuable. Who actually knows how stuff works and how to make things?
Exactly. Yeah.
I think that's going to be in demand.
I honestly think like being a producer has helped me understand a lot of people's roles, so like animation and art or design, for example, and just like how people work in those like disciplines.
Yeah,
I think it's made me better at like working with Miami Avalon as well, because then I can kind of go, okay, at least I know that you need this in order for you to like start your work and such. So yeah, learn as much as possible, learn about lots of other people's roles.
Yeah, and to your point, don't forget about people, humans. Like, so yeah, no, thank you. And final question then is, where can people? I think you might have mentioned it at the beginning, but where can people like find the game and also just follow your journey?
Yeah, so we're Miami Avalon on all socials, but we're also on Steam where we post community updates and just general updates there. You can buy the game for $4.99. We like to say it's less than a pint as well, so it's quite cheap. We're also going on sale as well for 30% on December the 18th as well. So if you want to get the game, you can hold out till then and get it quite cheap.
There you go. All right, thank you very much. So yeah, thank you for joining us, giving your time, showing us the game, helping Tazzy with those puzzles as well. Appreciate that, and we'll keep in touch as well. So it'll be good to hear. Maybe we can have a longer discussion about like the process and everything in the new year. So thank you. Yeah, no, thank you for that. And for everyone watching, stick with us. We've got one more roundtable to close out the live stream. So let us know what you think about what you've seen so far. Any questions, any thoughts, any games that have made an impact on you as well. If you're not already, make sure you're following us on Twitch. We have one more live stream to end the year. That's our Gartic Phone Games Night next Wednesday, 17th of December. Also check out the podcast Story X Story. We've got some special episodes coming for the end of the year, and I just put out our last deep dive episode on Pinocchio as well. So stick around. We've got our last one roundtable coming up after this quick video break.
So for anyone just joining us, we have been doing our Next One Up live stream, which is part of our Do I Look Like a Gamer campaign, which helps to inspire the future generation of talent, so that they know that there is a place for them in the video games industry, and empowers them to be an active part of shaping the future of the video games industry. It's a yearly initiative, and we've built on some of the work we've done in the previous years as we continue to push diversity in the games culture and industry. And I'm the Mayamada Creative Director, Tazzy, and we're into our final roundtable of the day. And I am joined by some lovely guests here. So we've got Daniel, founder and CEO of Creative Genius, an indie game studio dedicated to supporting aspiring developers. He has spent years running workshops and game jams that help bridge the gap between education and the games industry. Daniel is also a familiar and friendly face in our community, from showcasing at our Comic-Con booth to sharing hands-on advice and nuggets of wisdom at our social events. He's also one of this year's campaign 40 Voices in the Do I Look Like a Gamer campaign. We also have Ndidi, who is a business owner, content creator, and runs her own creator agency, Beyond, is a Twitch ambassador, and leads the Link Up London events, creating welcoming spaces for creators to connect and grow. With her experience across creation, leadership, and community building, Ndidi continues to encourage others to believe in their voice and their place in the industry. Also, one of this year's campaign 40 Voices in the Do I Look Like a Gamer campaign. And finally, we have Sally, a game developer and educator who teaches game design, art, and animation at the University of West London and runs Wydring Games, an indie studio focused on story-driven experiences. From supporting student creators to championing well-being in the games industry, Sally is helping to shape a more thoughtful future for games. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for
Thanks
having
for
us.
having us.
Yeah.
You stole my line.
How's everyone doing?
No, good. Nice and chill.
Yeah, really good.
Yeah, good. It's been a busy couple of weeks, so nice to sit back and just have a bit of a chill day.
Yeah, get into the weekend.
One more week till Christmas.
Oh god,
Yeah, oh
don't
my
remind me.
gosh.
Oh no.
Yeah. I keep forgetting, like, oh, there's so much time to catch up with my friends between
there's
now
no
and
time at
Christmas.
all.
No, nothing. All the Christmas plans, I don't know. Yeah. Who
Oh,
knows? I
God.
won't see everyone to the new year. It's fine. Let's start by hearing about the highlights of the year. And for the two of you that have been part of this year's Do I Look Like a Gamer, feel free to say a bit about that.
Anyone? I can go first. I don't mind.
I was going to say, Didi, go first because that's the order on my screen.
Oh, really? Gosh, there's so many highlights of this year. Obviously, you know, the Do I Look Like a Gamer part was actually a lot of fun because, you know, photo shoots are always fun, and, you know, getting to actually express, you know, why you love gaming and all that kind of stuff was really, really insightful. Got to meet a lot of really amazing people, and expand, I guess, my my contacts list of who does what, and the fact that everyone is actually quite similar to what I do as well is actually really lovely to see. Other highlights of this year have just been, there's so many. I have like literally a whole list, like from, you know, becoming Twitch ambassador to starting up Beyond to recently YouTube partner as well. And, you know, there's so many things and W's that have happened, and it's all because of, you know, the community and being able to have these opportunities like Do I Look Like a Gamer to be able to expand to different people. So
amazing. And congratulations on all of it, to be fair.
Thank you. I'm tired. I need a nap.
Get some rest over the Christmas.
I'll try.
Sally, what about yourself?
The highlight of my year, weirdly, is always develop, because as much as it's a games conference, it's like the one on the beach in Brighton where I get to like hang out with all my friends, and I'm supposed to be pitching stuff and doing networky stuff, but I never end up doing it. I always end up like swiveling and going to anything that my friends are at. So sorry if you try and book meetings with me and I say I'm busy, I'm normally on the beach drinking coffee. But that's normally my highlight. And I guess the other highlight for me is that I just found out that I'm a Safe in Our World ambassador, so I'm super excited about that, and it's part of the reason why I'm here today.
Congratulations. Oh my gosh, some amazing stuff. Daniel, do you want to follow on with that?
Yeah, I guess. This year's been a bit of a roller coaster for me. So a few years back, basically triggered by COVID, I ended up moving out of London to just pursue different opportunities. And this year, I've had the time to really just dedicate to pursue my own stuff with Creative Genius. So it's the first time I could really say I'm working like, 9 to 5 or 24/7 on just Creative Genius. So we had our whole we did workshops years ago before COVID. COVID kind of shut that whole thing down. This was the year we said we're going to bring it back. So we started off in a few schools. We started going to a few libraries. And I just feel like after being outside of London, you can't help but be a bit isolated. Like it's hard to be involved with things. So this year, both through our own event and obviously through the My Matter events as well, it's just got to be so much more social and just get to see more people, get to speak to people, get to hear their stories. I've met so many people who also share similar passions to myself. Like I said earlier, I'm big on education and trying to help, especially young people who are trying to get into the industry and struggle with that whole that you finish education but you're still not qualified because there's just this massive gap. And getting to actually speak to those people, whether they're students to the school, kids, university students, and seeing that side of the coin, so to speak, after it's been a while since I was a student. So no, this year's been like super productive. Probably done more in the last year than I have in like the last 5. So I think the entire year's just been a highlight for me, if I'm being honest.
Amazing. So I'm going to start with D. With the closure of major UK gaming events like EGX, well, as a standalone at least, obviously it's now merged, and Insomnia, even though there is some skeleton version of it come back, but we don't count that. What does community building look like in the future?
Community building in the future looks like something that's now going to be more self-made. Communities now, have to start engaging with each other off their own merit rather than relying on a big corporation or an industry to build up an event. Even with what I do for Link Up London, it's still community driven. Even though we're powered by Twitch do not run it. It's all about what do the community want, what would it look like? So I feel like now it's just community led, community driven, and community built.
And then this is going to be more for Daniel and Sally. As people who bridge education and industry, what do you see as needing to improve in preparing the next generation of game development?
Do you want to go first?
Yeah, I've got so many strong opinions on this. So
Here's the time to let them out.
You're like, well.
Yeah, let me get started. One of the things that I think is super, super, super important about bridging between education and industry, right, is that tools are expensive. So teaching tools like software, throwing one out there that I have a pet peeve with personally, have beef with ZBrush for its pricing. Teaching the fundamentals and the core concepts rather than teaching software is so important, because students, when they finish whatever education journey they're on, need to be able to understand the fundamentals rather than rely on the software in case they're thrown into brand new software or open source software or anything that they've not used. So for me, education is about theory, grounding everything in practice, and making sure that they're thinking about industry pipelines. Again, pet peeve, just coming out here to just be angry about everything. But I've seen a lot of people get taught software, but they've never been taught how it interacts with other software. So the sort of Maya, ZBrush into Unity or Unreal pipeline has never been shown to them, and they can use everything in isolation. But it's actually that pipeline that's super, super, super important, because where are you going to fit in your team, in your indie team, in your AAA team, knowing how all of that works together. So for me, making sure you're looking at what industry are doing and sort of copying them, and making sure that you hold us accountable as educators, that we're showing you the theory and the concepts and how things actually are grounded in reality rather than just software. And that's the end of my rant.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of good points there. Like the flexibility between different software. We have work experience coming through, and we use Notion. This isn't like a creative piece of software, but an example of software, and just trying to explain to them, you have to be flexible in learning. Like new pieces of software or equipment is a skill in itself. And I've had that experience, like going into many different workplaces and then being like, yeah, new piece of software. I pride myself in being like, I don't have to know the software. I have the skills that allow me to learn new software very quickly. So for sure. Daniel, what about you? What do you think can help bridge that gap?
I have to be careful because I could talk about this subject for probably a couple of days. So I'm going to try and just narrow down maybe one or two key points. There's the thing that stands out to me, having done these workshops for a while, and then there's the things that are, there's a hot debate literally happening right now. I was in a meeting yesterday morning, and over the last couple of weeks, where there's a change to the national curriculum regarding software and programming, especially. The short of it is, programming is a bit too difficult, and they are looking to kind of reduce what they are going to cover in this subject to make it easier. But from the perspective of us, those of us who have already been teaching it, we find, because games is an amalgamation of so many different subjects, and you're not taught games at like school level, you're taught it maybe like sometimes a little bit at A level and then further at uni. You kind of have to learn the individual skills separately. And the pipeline has been traditionally, you teach yourself like in your own time, and then you go to uni and you kind of learn more. So we are trying to teach basic computing skills at a younger age, but we're running into this problem now that there's an argument about how necessary it is. There's this fear that AI makes it redundant when it is the opposite. We are in a unusual space, technologically speaking, where our previous generations, our predecessors, struggled with computers because it was new and they had never seen anything like this before. But now the next generation, the younger generation, they're struggling with computers because they are almost entirely on mobile devices, and they struggle really with basic computer skills. Like when I'm talking about just typing, something like copy paste or like dragging the mouse across the screen, students struggle with because they've just never done it before. It's not as intuitive. Swiping and going left and right on the touch screen, yes, but a lot of students are going to reach up and grab their monitors thinking they can do things with their hands when they can't. And what that means is, if they're struggling with those basic skills, learning software, specifically programming, is so much harder then. And because we're a non-priority subject, you only really get like an hour a week to cover everything, and it's already 3 different topics that we've merged into one. And then you need to learn how to use computers, how computers like structure, then how to program. If you want to learn about making games, and then we don't even have time to cover digital art, website development, 3D modeling. That's usually done after students have already chosen whether or not to continue with programming or computing. So what you get is, people will get tired of the subject, or they get stressed by the subject because of how difficult it is, drop the subject for GCSE, so they'll never have any exposure at all to those skills that you need if you want to get into like games development. Hence, you have to learn it independently in your own time, which is difficult. If we go back to what I think Sally was saying, software is expensive and not everyone has a computer and not everyone has access to this. The whole point is, through schools, we give access to the necessities or the essentials so that you at least know enough to pursue on your own. But because we're not covering enough and we don't have enough time to cover it all, students are not getting the opportunities to learn about what is essentially the largest industry in the world, or one of the top industries in the world. And if they don't pursue it in their own time, which they're only going to do if they have a passion for it, they end up just falling behind the curve. So it's been a bit difficult. And I think that's something that's been coming up a lot recently. Whereas what I've been focusing on more in the last couple of years is, because in academia we focus on individual attainment, we don't have enough time and we don't have the focus on teamwork, soft skills, communication. We don't teach long-term projects. It's always, you have maybe this class or you have this term to finish. Most projects take multiple years to work on, so core skills that you need when it comes to collaborating, when it comes to maintenance, they don't cover at all. We still teach waterfall development, even though the industry is like 95% agile, because we just can't, like, education is always like several years behind, because it takes so much time for them to update the curriculum in a field which evolves faster than any other field. So technology evolves every year, but the curriculum changes like the last major change was 10 years ago. And then this major change happened a few weeks ago. So that's the gap between when we update the curriculum compared to when we're like, yeah.
That's
So, yeah.
wild. That just, I didn't realize. I knew things took their time in education, but 10 years to
Individual
make
schools might make their own like tweaks, but when it comes to
Yeah.
national curriculum, yeah, like 10-year gap
Yeah.
easily for an
Then there
industry
can be
that
such
changes on a
a
yearly basis.
Yeah, then there can be such a difference if it's not curriculum. Like even though one school might, adapt, and if it's not curriculum, that means that there's some people that are getting left behind if their individual school is not. Whereas a curriculum standardizes it. It's the purpose of it. Oh my god, that is so, like, I'm like in a state of shock right now. Also, I never thought about the gap between like a younger generation, like just knowing how to touch things. Like I was designing websites in my spare time when I was 10.
Yeah, like,
Like, that's what I
the lost
did for
generation.
fun.
Yeah.
And like IT was mandatory in secondary school.
Yeah.
Like I used to get so bored because I'd do the work, like do this on an Excel spreadsheet, and me and my friend, like 10
This is
minutes in,
like-
completed it, and we're like, can we just go on mini clips now?
The biggest challenge, that is like, you touched on like one of the biggest challenges that I've had teaching this subject, because what they've done is they've combined ICT, computing, and computer architecture into one subject. And it's not mandatory anymore. So it's mandatory up to year 9, but it's not mandatory year 10 onwards. And the reason why that's such a big deal is because I'll be working with another thing they changed is sets. So you have mixed classes now. They don't do it by like ability. So you'll have one student who doesn't know how to type, and you have another student who has already figured out how to program and how to make like animations. And I was like, how can I push that advanced student to make them more interested in the topic and not have them just be bored, not have them just doing nothing. Several times I've found students in my classes where they're just sitting there, and I'm like, I want to help you, but I don't have the resource. I can only be one place at a time. There's only one me. And it's like, I try and set tasks so that they can at least keep busy. Like, like here's something more advanced than what we're teaching in the main curriculum, based on my own experience as well, and what I do as extracurricular activities. So I have like extracurricular tasks that I do in my workshops, and I bring that into the classroom and say, you know what, you're doing really well. Here's a bonus challenge for you. But some of them get even beyond that. And what will happen is they reach a limit to what they can do on their own, but you don't have the resources to give them that extra guidance. And that is like the most dangerous spot for them, where they will lose passion for the subject. They will get bored. They will just find, end up just on YouTube or whatever they end up doing to kill time, while you're focusing on the students who probably aren't going to stick with the subject anyway, just because you want to make sure they do get those core skills. And there's no you can't be like, oh, let's just not focus on those students. We need to make sure everyone gets the essential skills. But I think we're failing the ones who are passionate or have the potential to become passionate by not having the time to dedicate to them. And I think that might not be possible in the classroom, which is why, again, my thing with Creative Genius is about that extracurricular activities, doing things after schools, on weekends, things that the students can pursue with guidance, but in their own time, so that they can try things a little bit more advanced and get that exposure across the board, not just programming, but digital photo editing, modeling, 3D modeling, even like movie editing and stuff like that, things that you don't normally learn until A level, but you're not going to pick up these subjects unless you get exposed to it earlier on. Sorry, it's like that's my little rant over.
I'm glad I've given you both a space to rant. So, Sunny, through Wydron Games, you're creating story-driven experiences. What does that mean to you?
Wydron Games is such I know everyone says this is like such a passion of mine because I started it in the pandemic when I lost my job as a concept artist. So my background is in game art, concept art, 3D art, tech art, stuff like that. The company I was working for was like, oh, pandemic hit, goodbye everybody. And I was like, oh no, what do I do now? And when you're locked in your house and can't go anywhere, you're like, oh, I'll pick up that like passion project that I was going to work on that I always told myself I'd work on. And our first game, Spellbound, was what I ended up working on, which is like a narrative, point and click, multiple endings. It was sort of a retaliation to a certain author writing some horrible stuff about a certain group of people who do not deserve to be punched down on, and so I made my own magical world, and I was like, it's going to be super inclusive and you can't do anything about it. And that's sort of how the story-driven part of it came around, as I was posting about it on LinkedIn, Twitter, like anything that I could get my hands on, and then this little community formed around it, and we're like, oh, this is interesting, what's this? And I was like, well, what do you want it to be? Like, you tell me what this is. This was my passion project because I'm bored. Like, what do you actually want this to be? And we ended up designing an NPC through that community that is in the game, and they designed what that character looks like, what their name is, their star sign, their favorite drink. Like, we did everything together in that game, and I'm really proud of it because I ended up doing 99% of it as a solo dev, and then eventually brought on a community manager to help me basically like get it across the line and manage the community that was forming around it. Now working on second game, which is I've been talking about it a little bit on social media, but haven't like announced anything super yet. But that's called Familiar Grounds, and it is still going to have a load of narrative and heart. And I'm really hoping to bring the community back in for that one. And they've already started asking questions, which is cool. It's still going to be magical. It's still going to be about like community. That's still always going to be the heart of it. But it's more about resource management and magical creatures. That's like where we're going now. Something different.
Amazing. Oh, it sounds like such a I love the beginning story of it and how it's all evolved. And final question for all of you. And I just want to get like a quick take on the look ahead of 2026. So like, what are you personally most excited about or hopeful for in gaming, either personally or with wider trends?
Oh, that's a really difficult one because it's always changing. Oh gosh, it's a really hard question. I guess a lot of it is more event space, like more event spaces where we're actually leading them ourselves. I feel like there's going to be a lot of personal projects that are going to become a lot bigger than we expect, like especially from what like Sally was saying. I know Spellbound. I know that very well. So as soon as she said, I was like trying to contain myself. So things like that, a lot of indie development and games that are coming out like for the next year, like from now all the way through to probably 2027. I think it's going to be highlighting a lot more. Like diversity is always a big thing in the industry, like for years and years and years. So I feel like now it's kind of pushing so much further. and going so much faster. And I think that marrying that with community, with events, with a lot of personal things that are coming up, like even my personal projects all kind of marry into the same thing. So that's something that I'm really looking forward to. I think it's going to really flourish next year.
I agree with that. It's like, sorry, because it just mirrors what I was going to say so much. Building on what I was saying to some friends of mine and some of my own team just this time last year, was with the way that EGX happened, not this year, but the year before, and it felt like really lackluster compared to previous, events. And we were saying there really needs to be a push for frequent smaller events as opposed to just once a year or twice a year large events. And I think some individuals, like Link Up London and like don't know if you know, like Urban MBA and other small studios, that's exactly what they're doing. They're trying to create these maybe once a month, every couple of weeks, activities that gets gamers and basically just the nerdum together to just have fun and enjoy something. Not aiming to get hundreds of thousands of people in, but if you can just get a solid 30 people in to just have fun, and it helps build that community, and it helps small studios and individual developers and people in their own little passion projects, just like, hey, look, there's something I'm working on. There might be a little spot in the room in the corner where there's a table and someone have their laptop and their game open, and then there'll be other people just having like drinks on the other side. So it's almost like going to a bar or going to a small party, which is also an opportunity to display your projects. And I think more of that is what I'm looking forward to. I think it's been around, but I think this was the year in which we started to see it happening. So next year we're going to start seeing more structure to it. We're going to see, okay, this is what didn't work. How can we do this better? And I think, to build on something you said earlier as well, I think we're going to see a lot more collaboration.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see small studios and small organizations saying, I think Nigel in a previous part of the video also said this, it's that, like, what can we trade in terms of, I forgot the phrase that was used, but it's like, what can I give you other than a monetary value, right? And like skill trade almost. It's like, I can come down and I can help do this, that, or the other at your event, and then you can come to one of my events and do this, that, and the other. And then it's like we're contributing towards each other's growth when we collaborate, instead of just like all of us trying to do it on our own.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you were thinking for a second, and then I realized it was that. But yeah, that was the point I was getting at. I think I'm looking forward to seeing both more events, more structure to them, so that they're advertised a bit earlier. People are more likely to hear about them, but also more collaboration. I think that's going to be key. Whether that's direct collaboration, where you're actually working together, or even if it's just, hey, I know an event is happening, I'm going to tell my community about it, because I think they would enjoy that sort of stuff as well.
Yeah, and just to kind of jump in really, really fast, because when you mentioned collaboration and like rather than a monetary value, that's something that I also like very much push with Beyond, which is my agency. So it's kind of like being seen, like especially in the initial stages, is much more worth it than the monetary side of it. So like that's the kind of thing I like. Obviously, we've worked together before, with things like that, and even with Beyond, like getting creators and other members of the community and people that don't stream or put anything up on social media, they can just see what you guys have done, and and it's kind of like a give and take situation between the agency and the developers or the publishers, or even the event planners and things like that. Like everybody would collaborate with everything that they do. So
yeah. And Sally, what's your take on it?
I just want to say, I was in the chat earlier watching the other roundtable, and I put in the chat about, survive 25, fix 26. That is not actually my phrase. That is a really good friend of mine, Leon's phrase. And he actually came out on LinkedIn and said, like, guys, what do we want to like see in 2026? And it's a really inspirational LinkedIn post, and it's not the traditional LinkedIn post. So I was very thankful about that. But it was loads of games developers jumping in and saying like what they thought. It was basically this. It was saying like what they thought the future was going to look like, what we can do as developers that is different, and what issues we're seeing and where we can help. So it's a really good post. Go check him out. He's amazing. But for me, I think you both covered it really as well. Like I think we're going human-centered, right? We're not just being seen as numbers, either as players or as developers. Lots of studios, rightfully so, are being put in their place about treating developers a certain way or treating their players a certain way. So
Yeah.
for me, I'm sort of like, I'm very excited to see that players and developers are being put at the heart of projects more and more. Not as much as I'd like to see, but more and more we're seeing these.
It's getting there.
Yeah, we're getting there. I feel like it's so hard sometimes to be positive because we hear so much about the industry and how awful it is. And then I always have to come back to thinking about my students who sit in front of me in a classroom. And I think about, if I stand here and tell them how awful the industry can be, truthfully, it can be sometimes very hard, they're all going to leave. And all of this amazing talent and these amazing people with diverse backgrounds who are going to bring fresh blood to this industry, if I say to them how hard it sometimes is, they will walk out. But it is getting better. And so my hope is always that by the time they graduate, we're in a slightly better place. And then by the time the next cohort graduate, we're in an even better place. So I always try and stay super positive, maybe a bit delusional, because if I think about it too much, I get sad. But I do think the games industry is a great place. And I do think that every time I get into rooms like this or go to networking events or go to anything where I'm with game developers and players in the same space, it's just so inspiring. And it reminds me every time, like, why I do this and why we're here and how, like, we need to get the next people in. We need to get them sort of like in the door, because then that cycle keeps going. So it just inspires me every time. So that's what I'm looking forward to in 2026 is human-centered events, games, businesses, and also making sure that we're supporting that next level that are coming up underneath us so that they can then support. I call it the daisy chain. And I'm just like, we just need to supporting. If you are sat watching the stream right now and you're thinking, I really want to get into the games industry, please check out Limit Break. Please check out Into Games. I know people have shouted these things out before. Go to your local game events, chat with people. I think Jav said it earlier, but like genuinely everyone becomes your friend. It is not a networking opportunity. It is a chance for more friends. And those people then shout you out and give you opportunities. And that's basically our industry. It's so, so cool to be in.
Can I just add one thing on top of that? Very quickly, just because.
Sorry, we just really have to
round it
off.
You can talk phrases,
right? Thank you so much, though. We will have more of these discussions in the future. And yeah, thank you so much for being part of today. Me and Nigel are gonna round things off.
I'm back. Look at that.
You are muted, Nigel.
I almost did a smooth transition. I muted myself twice in two different places, and too smart for my own good. But thank you. Yeah, Tazzy, do you want to round off our final campaign live stream?
Yeah, for sure. So I just want to say thank you to all of the guests joining us and contributing to the discussion today. It has been great, and unfortunately we didn't have enough time to really expand on all of the amazing discussions that have happened today. So I'm sure we will continue these discussions going on through the year and next year's campaign.
And the podcast.
And the podcast, yeah. Story X Story, check that out if you haven't already. JP and Elaine at Barclays Games team. Thank you to them. Thank you to Jamie Sefton and Jackie Mulligan for having us at the WX Games Festival in March, where we took photos with members of the gaming community and shared our mission. And Creative Works for their support with the photo shoot too. Also, thank you to the incredible indie developers who are part of this year's campaign and live stream. And also a thank you to Shania, who's been working behind the scenes to make sure the stream has run well. And a final thank you to all the audience for watching, and those of you that have been contributing in chat. We've been reading it, it's helped the discussion as well, and we'd love to hear it all.
Yeah, and you can participate in next year's campaign as well. So if you check out the website looklikeagamer.com, in the coming well, before Christmas, there'll be a form to take part in next year's campaign. And then just like bookmark the website, because we'll be updating as we roll out next year's plans as well. Special shout out to Pro Gamers Group UK for their support in providing equipment. We've got lighting, mics, gaming app peripherals as well, Nitro Concept chairs for our live streams, workshops, and the campaign. Shout out to Safe in Our World for their support in bringing many of our guests to the live stream today, and just general support over the year with different things we're doing, particularly the Showrunners program as well as the campaign, because that all helps us help them in their mission to ensure people are supported in their mental well-being as well as skills development that we do on the program. But that is it for another year of the Do I Look Like a Gamer campaign. Thank you everyone for taking part in this. Like I said, we will be back next year. In the meantime, you can join our Discord, follow us on Twitch and YouTube, because we stream on both now. Subscribe to us on YouTube for our edited videos and such. And then check out the Story X Story podcast for basically more of this, just me and Tazzy talking, so and guests as well. But so we do creator interviews, video game discussions, and deep dives into stories across pop culture. But that is it for the Next One Up end of year live stream. Yeah, we'll see you again. Well, we'll see you like next week for our other live stream, but for the campaign, we'll see you again next year. Enjoy the holidays and Happy New Year, I guess. That feels weird to say, but take care, everyone.
Bye.